Perks is fairs this time, actually, for sure. For real, rather. Alright, gonna be playing blue red. So UU, RR, UU, RR, UU, RR, essentially in the challenge. Hoping it's gonna be a good times that we can win. UU, RR, UU, RR. Alright, this song annoys me because they have there's the riff from Red Hot Chili Pepperoni's song, but it's like unfinished. I got 4 color rhinos and green black full in paper. New LGS open, gonna play modern every week. Rate my choices. Nice decks. I mean, green black it's already obsolete by like 2 weeks, so I assume you just build it in paper, which is always awkward. And rhinos should be fine. Yeah, it's also like gonna be fine deck still to play in LGS. So I rate them as 3 out of 5. Well, if you think that green black is better than Grixis / blue black, then maybe you're 2 weeks ahead instead of 3 weeks behind. Also later on today, between rounds, I'm going to be consuming a very spicy ramen, packet ramen that I have acquired. And I taunted the stream a little bit earlier. Some time ago I'm going to consume it, but so this time I'm actually gonna do it. But it's gonna be later on. I have to get hungry first because I actually owed 8 not that long ago. Tried out Blue Red Devil list you've been rocking and say blast to play in paper. 3-1 first when I even lost to Edron, I see. How's the buff water? It's a... Again, it's not real buff water, it's a... deception. Just a graphic of a hot tub. Losing to E-Tron, kind of a shame, but definitely can happen. if they draw Chalice twice. Actually, I haven't played the Eternal matches, so I have no idea how it exactly is. Well, the big Eldrazi is dying to... The big Eldrazi is dying to red removal. To you nowadays, it's a bit of a shame for the Eldrazi's, I guess. Prediction started. What's the prediction? I don't know. The prediction should be whether Charlie Banana King is going to show up. I can get some deconstruction tips for you out of my time machine. Daily MTG history. The first ever MTG US championships were being decided 27 years ago at Origins Game Fair at 94. 30 minutes ago. Which player named Bo Bell won the event and he became the first Magic US national champion. Bo followed up this win with an article offering advice to aspiring players. The winning deck and how to build one by Bo Bell. Prediction: if you can finish the spicy ramen, I will. I won't back down. When I was for editor's notes, Bo was the winner. Okay. When I was first asked to write this article, people kept asking me, are you going to include a list of the cards in your deck? My answer was always no, until I saw the new limited list for tournament decks. My main card was put on it, so I guess... My main card was put on it, so I guess it can't hurt. That and the fact that the deck has been retired. But before you get to see what I use, let's look at my strategy for building a deck. First, I choose a theme for my deck. What do I want it to do and which cards can I use to do it? This may require using 3 or more colors, but you can always drop cards if it's too taxing in your game. But don't get too carried away. Too carried again, the deck still needs balance. I've seen too many decks fail because all they did was one thing and couldn't compensate for an opponent's common card deck. Opponent's common card deck? I don't understand half of the what it's trying to say in this article. This is Pepperoni, 4 lands, kinda shaky, but... Glad Kanye has the same reading speed as mine. I believe I had a better read speed, but then I started using the internet. I drew a land, so if I draw on the land I just die, but... Let's see, maybe the monkey is gonna survive. If he kills this monkey, you can dash this one. We can even play it. Well, we can't. So he's saying no Amulet Titan. I don't know if he's saying that. Because Amulet can compensate, you know, for things that beat it. Not for all of them, I guess. Can compensate for Blood Moons. No matter how hard you go, how deep you go. Kurwa, no lądy same będę dobierać, ja pierdolę, no. Maybe a spell. He could be playing the Chalice deck, actually, which would destroy me. The Chalice blue-white. I mean, not necessarily, because I can still destroy him, but... Fuck. How many lands are you playing? 18. And I drew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lands. Insane. Jak ma się grać pierwszą turę bez Maxiona w sół, to lepiej do niego nie siadać. No nieźle powiedziane. Think say BTL deck with free chalice. I think it looks like the control deck I was playing. Why do they Sacred Foundry instead of an island? But also we haven't seen many cards yet, so could be anything. BTL deck with free chalice. What are we talking about actually here even? I guess I can never kill a chalice game 1, right? I'm going to chalice check. Duration, okay. So it's something a bit different. Have you considered Carnival Souls to counter these chalice decks? No. Prismatic Command where? Prismatic Command is the worst card that people play, ironically. Blood Moon. Okay, so it's just insane. Well, Cavern of Souls host. No brainstorm means you shouldn't play main deck Blood Moon type cards. Well, no brainstorm means that I cannot put them away any single time they're not ideal, but doesn't mean I can't play them. I can play them to do stuff. -1 life to show dominance. It was deck cleaning. I think the single Blood Moon, like with how deep this deck can dig for it, is very impactful. I can say the same thing about Force Negation. It does tend to sting in, 30-40% of opponents against 30-40% of opponents too. So you maybe win this game. It's unlikely, but Yeah, I'll keep trying. Oh, yeah, can't win. And I could sit there, but cast hit makes 6/6. Cast hit on what? Bring in the moons. TBH's deck like looked at first weak to moon, but then I don't think so. Charge on 2 to stop them casting charge on 1? I don't think so. No fostering his clock out, not in the mood, no. I think I don't want any balls. Like, I could have some heats, but they are so bad. A Braden E is overboarding, I think. My point is playing a fucking Chalice deck. How am I supposed not to bring in Chalice answers? Am I supposed to keep bolts, which are useless in general, and then also Omega useless when I get Chalice? Well, bolt's not useless. Like, this can hit the Planeswalkers, but the Planeswalkers come after the Chalices, etc. Didn't you read the article? You got to have balance. I think you forgot how to play the game. A little bit, maybe. Are we pulling my legs? I can tell. But I really don't want hits because the Planeswalkers come after. The Planeswalkers come. Like, I could have a bolt or two, but I don't think they're better than cantrips. Really, because I want to be able to cast them early before I get like Chalice locked, and I want to have as few cards that get stuck in my hand with Chalice, and those cards you would keep them in hand for a long time, and then they're not guaranteed to have a target ever. I read this article and I think perhaps this deck should play Granite Gargoyles, maybe. I refuse Psychic Fiends, I don't know what's a Psychic Fiend. Keep, I guess. So I think we Serum Visions first, without playing the Mishra's Bubble. Because if we find a land on top and we draw a Dragon Rage's Channeler. Sacred Foundry. Nice. Comparing the decklist in the article, why are you playing Serum instead of Else's Recall? I don't know, I haven't read the article yet. I'm gonna read it between rounds. What article? You'll see, you'll see. I guess I dreamed about an Unreal card again. Psychic Fiend. Okay. Okay. Kotku, już zaczyna się stream i ty musisz buszować, żeby mikrofon mi ugryźć? Nie rób, proszę. What is the double red card in the deck? I don't play any double red cards in my deck. Not that I know, no, not that I know of. What's that gonna be, like lightning helix? Yeah. Does your cat not speak English? No, my cat doesn't speak in general because cats do not speak. Cats are, you know, animals. They don't speak languages. Solitude? Solitude, sure. What was pitched? The fairy. They don't speak, they are nocturnal. I don't think those two are connected much. Too bad my Ravagan died, but it's fine. Brian has plenty of soul that I can relate. Yeah, me too. Hopefully those scanners buy us some time. I think I'm favored right now. It's kind of hard from my point to escape that because their deck is cumbersome. But also the lightning helix. What the hell? Prismatic ending. I'd like to keep a threat or be able to play this. A fetch. A fetch doesn't enable much TBH, so you can bin the fetch. This doesn't really enable me to do stuff. Sure. Six. And can dispute. This is one card. Yeah, blue card, good draw. Murktide region specifically also good draw. It's on one card, so you know, like chalices don't do much, etc. Come on, boy. Fuck you, Leatherman. Attention! Let's try interaction on the top. And let's not get disputed, obviously. That works too. Although you can cast it now. So much interaction going on in this game. Interaction's broken. What was exiled? Chalice, fine. Let's upgrade so you can cast the dragon, power up this, and kill. Yeah, I mean, it is a bit awkward not to have a single answer to resolve Jace, but really, I think the Unholy Hits position me so badly, like those cards are positioned so badly that I really don't want them. It's gonna need to counter the Planeswalkers, I acknowledge that. Keep, I guess, good against Chalice. We'd have -1 hit, small difference. I think it's easier to counter Planeswalkers and not easy to counter Chalices. The 4 different arts for kind of spells is amazing. No fear. No fear of what? The only thing I fear is not giving artists proper recognition for drawing amazing pieces of artwork, and for whoever designs the cards to continue creating those beautiful pieces of recognition. Should play in island so that next turn I can play a red spell of this. Yeah, that actually was kind of bad. Can also play the fire and bounce my guy now. Yeah. Fairy is quite problematic because it's so strong. It's me. Interesting. Building an island. That's okay. So I should really bought out the moons. Oh. So Pine's playing Jessica control of Chairs of the Void. Yeah. And Blood one too. I'll keep the Abray in my graveyard. 5/5. Why did I say it was the best choice for a tourney? I think it's the best deck over, like, it seemed like the strongest deck overall that's not very easy to stop for anyone. If my opponent Verdict's here, then I'm gonna play Jace. Jace on 1, okay. Counter spell, please. Awesome. Have you observed some mental wear after listening to Cowboys and Time Machines every day for several hours? Does it bother you at all that you... or do you feel sane? No, I'm fine. I like Cowboys. Especially Cowboy Cox. Charles of the Void at the top, okay. Consider it on the game, okay. Well, the Jace didn't need to come up here, but I think it was nice that I had him available as a backup versus the chalices, because that was kind of the reason why I wanted the Jace in the sideboard, of like those chalice controls. Because for them it's kind of hard to deal with Planeswalker, and you can maybe brainstorm a lot, find the counter spells, and then, I don't know, win somehow. Pan says that the music is actually muted on his end, so he doesn't have to listen to our awful choices. Jace is great against sweepers, but nobody's playing sweepers right now. My opponent's playing Supreme Verdicts. Other opponent die of 9 cards hand. They did draw 1, 2, 3, 4. They did draw 6 cards after the game has finished. Seemed hard for them to deal with Dragon effectively. Well, they have the Fairy Time Raveler, Supreme Verdict, Solitude, so they do have answers, right? Yes, you managed to queue into Banana King, the one sweeper gamer. Well, any blue-white control deck is gonna play that. Gonna play sweepers. Actually, Supreme Verdict was excellent for me in blue-white. Like, that was a very good one, very good card. Faith in Deep Crimson, the land that once gave comfort and shelter now yielded nothing but hostility. And red mana. Have we gotten anyone of the main deck Moon yet? Almost got him Charlie the Banana King, and then he revealed that he's playing Blood Moon main deck himself, so that was a bit of an awkward situation. I don't think we really did yet. I think I played three matches with that. Also, check out the sponsor of the stream, Huel, which is nutritionally full meal in a powdered form. You just add some water, mix it in, then you can consume it. And then you don't need to chew. I don't think Huel is in the country. You can check if Huel is in Australia. They ship to Australia, but they might not. Fuel, Complete Food, Polska, Poland, South Africa, Bermuda, Brazil, United States, Hong Kong, India, Japan, Malaysia, New Zealand, Emirates, Europe. Oh, there isn't even an Australian tab, so I guess you can't get it. Is it like, how was it there? What's the... Austria says it right there, Kappa, yeah. How was it to live in Australia? How isolated do you feel in there compared to the rest of the world? Not if like there is some products you can't get, probably because they're not shipped to you. That's probably a very minor issue for living. Heal is great for those who need practice swallowing large amounts of white liquid. Must be hard being upside down all the time. Well said. They live in houses and work in office buildings. It's pretty horrific compared to you. Isn't it the same in you? Australia's great, really. I've been to Australia once. It looked pretty interesting. Be fine. You have huge bags, yeah, that's what I heard. No guns, yeah. But no guns, but a koala can fall on your head and kill you. That's what I heard too, that should be aware of that. In school we learned how to trade snake bites, nice. Australians have Sky TV Agit prop from Rupert Murdoch, okay. Don't need Ubers because we just ride in the pouch of our kangaroos. I haven't seen that when I was there. I assume that's also probably not true. Peloni, 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 Peloni. Cheese pan. Und hier. First time chat from viewer. Exclamation mark song. It's a good introduction. Hot tabbing with shirt on SMH, yeah. Like your house has all these trees next to it and bushes and shit, what about the snakes and spiders? True. You know, there's a lot of birds who might attack you. Worst nightmare for an ornithophobic like me. Probably. The shirt is green screen. Kaneki is naked and green. No, I'm not. Used to fly 8 hours to GPs, yeah. What was the last tournament I flew to? I think that was Worlds. Yeah, that was Worlds. We just middle of February 2020. Kaneki, why did you go to extra mile for a mismatch interaction spells? Well, it's not about just interaction spells, right? I mismatch what I can mismatch. It's just that there is so many beautiful artworks drawn by so many individuals, right? But if you always stick to the, if you always put a stick up your ass and only play matching playsets, you're going to showcase only a single artwork of those. Those artworks, right? And if I would like to, you know, spread more of them around, then I would like to use different ones. You also do this in paper? Not really. I mean, what I play with what I got, which I get. Different cards. What cyber cards can we add in Blue Red Murktide for a burn heavy meta? Boros burn, mono red, Overwash red. I guess burn you would probably want the Dragon's Claw or something. It's probably kind of medium against burn in general. I notice your chance of the voids appear too much. Yeah, I'm going to upgrade the deck if I do well in the challenge, right? And if I win some chests, I'm going to be able to sell those chests and buy an explosives and a chalice of the void. And a brazen borrower, maybe an old border. No, I don't like old border cards. This is a white border one, so that's not like justification for running that. Kind of shaming us matching places normally. Well, not shaming you, just telling the truth, right? There is gameplay reasons to play matching cards, but I think I can do decently without that. Unfortunately, I have all the cards, but can afford the places of Ragavans. That's Very sad. I have one of the fancy borrowers if you want to trade. I don't care. Okay, you can trade me right now. One borrower for one borrower. I don't think I can trade mine. Actually, I have more borrowers probably than just one. The funky one. CMC is fundamental physics, mana value is a social construct. Yeah, but they're the same thing, so actually very puzzling. I mean, that makes it more funny, so I understand where you're coming from. Oh, I were pulled so hard I ripped the skin. Yes. Might also consider playing the vintage challenge today. Like last time we played, Rich and Below sacked for me. Felt bad. So you can play Dredge again, but you can also play something different. Would Retrofitter Foundry be good enough in Modern? Retrofitter Foundry? Yeah, I don't know, I have no idea why this card is played in formats in general. But I still don't remember what it does exactly, so... Three mana on tap, 2 tap, make a servo, 1 tap, sack a servo, make a thopter, tap, sack a thopter, make a construct. Yeah, I mean, I guess like you pay 1 up front, then you tap, sack a thopter to make a 4/4. So I guess it does do stuff for very little mana if you have thopters from some source. And the constructs are pretty real. 4/4 constructs is pretty big. Big enough to be threatening. How do you trade me? I think you might need to add me to my buddies. What's your model name? Because I might have trades blocked from non-friends. It's only 78 grand that deck. It's less on model. Oh, Butakov won. 850. Still pretty expensive, TPH. Ogag Vine. Not even playing Grief. Thank you. Da, 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 da. Explore tier 0. Yes. As far as we know right now. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 dum, dum, da, dum. Actually, then there is no longer a point in playing Greaves. I guess they pushed to Icarus, so it's actually slightly... There is a point, slightly. Yeah, Captive for Doomsday. Wasn't actually kind of sucks TBH. I never really liked it all that much. Typically, I'm happier playing my Dredge with Force of Will than without it. And Grief still purchase to this, so it's kinda okay. Can get action probe force opponent to draw? It can't. Get action probe is pretty okay to play in this deck, and probably would be good to find space, but then it's like a question of cutting more of those or those. Like 61-14, but I think in the Bazaar deck it's a bit wrong. Oh, Cadet Dredger. Because I'm a greedy person. Ah, okay, that's not Cadet Dredger, it's Cadet Grief. Any Urza's decks doing anything in Vintage? Urza's Saga, surprisingly little presence in Vintage. Shops is playing it, but not even the regular shops. It's a bit odd to me. It's not played much in like regular shops. Urza Saga and Vintage. Mostly played in like maybe you can try it like because no one is playing it. Ravager shops. Like I think it should be kind of progress in the shocks. This is the Mythic Society, but I think Urza Saga I would just play 4 instead of some like known lands. Oh yeah, Nettlesis too. Chair Brood, nice. From Bloodmoon hater to Bloodmoon main taker. Well, that's why I play it, right? That's because I kinda hate it. Urza Saga. Just play like tiny bit more lands because pretty poggers. Alright, have a round to play. Loved your Amulet Titan video. Played with Breach plus Emrakul last time I FNM and it was everything I wanted for threat density. Thank you for the comprehensive guide. It was very cool. I'm glad you liked it. I hope you liked the video and maybe left a comment for the algorithms on YouTube if you would like them, as that would help me justify putting time and effort into creating maybe more of those in the future. This music is very boring. Okay, you can request your own. Well, that's music bitching. I'm gonna time you out for 10 minutes. It's not, you know, hard bitching, but bitching enough. Any good tutor targets? Like Gingerbread kinda, but Gingerbread actually being a threat to be fetched. Yeah, it might be worth to have a Graveyard Hate card, I guess. Strangely restricted, yeah. It's not a cage. Ah, not cage. Yeah. Pretty slow to fetch a Graveyard Hate card. I agree. But you can try like how it's gonna play in practice. Is Gingerbread restricted? Soon it's gonna be. Mana Vault is progress too. Mana Vault's out of mana, that's true. But you can fetch a Lotus and a Sol Ring. So I don't think like Mana Vault is gonna be super necessary. Basic planes into Esper Sentinel. Okay, hammer. Whoa, whoa, slow down, buddy. Sentinel pretty nice for them here. Curvel. Curvel, 3 types already. Wait, they hammer? How are you gonna attach it? Paladin, I actually knew that, yeah. I was pulling your leg. I actually knew that it's gonna be Paladin. Most likely. Okay, they're making a construct. We go face. Go to 11. Then if we find other bolts, force them to block. We can play Murktide. Scared of like then Pure Seal and Shadow Spear alongside Hammer. Holy Heat. Holy Heat seems actually pretty relevant. Because you're gonna be able to play Murktide. 3 attack for 9. And having that removal disrupt them seems pretty impactful. Let's see if they also want to block with some of their Ornithopters. Block with both. It's very curious, I tell you. You can play 5-5. Might be correct to likely splash green and white for the mirror. What cards do you want to splash? I think I'll play it. We're gonna exile instant sorcery, lands, creature. So we leave us ourselves with 2 types. We're likely to hit Delirium. Run far. I think it's unlikely that is correct. Yeah, we're gonna play Pure Steel. And then I guess we can attach the hammer then to the construct, which we don't have Delirium, so we kinda have to clench. 3 mana. Yeah, so they attach the hammer. To which will respond with the Unholy Heat, and we're gonna try to hit Delirium when the free surveils. And I guess they attach to the Sentinel then. So this would be 14, 15 plus 15 life, 23. This week never really played around PRC much in this spot. Just kill Paladin. You know, it's not that simple because I kinda don't beat the construct very easily, but you know, 5, 9, 14 damage. 14, 15. It's probably necessary for me to kill the Paladin, but I'm not sure what's my plan for the remainder. It's not counterspell, I tell you. I think if they can equip spear, they die. Well, the spear costs 2 mana to equip, and they have 1 mana floating, and they have 1 mana. You know, they're ready to equip it. Yeah, you can find another Murktide with this. I'm sick. Also, I go to 1. Counterspell. Kill Paladin now to prevent lifelink. How did that prevent lifelink, chat? It didn't. Not prevent nothing. I think I'm dead because I don't think I can find anything that does anything. Nine plus 4, yeah. Okay, they kinda put me in a hard spot here. Kinda got me good. I want Brazen Borrower against them because those bounce the huge tokens. It re-equips. I think I might. I think I want all 4 Agavans on the play. I'll keep 1 Moon. You bolted phase at some point, right? Yeah, to play the Murktide. But if I hadn't bolted, I wouldn't have found the second removal spell either, right? Pink block, hit Murktide, try for Delirium, what's the play? Shadow Spear grants trample. I don't know if you know that. I have 2 counterspell. But bolt doesn't stop that either. Doesn't stop them from going for the Paladin. Which you kinda knew they had the Paladin because they played the hammer on turn 1. No turn 1 monster, but overall seems nice. Solved it, yeah. I mean, Harky's Recall is an option cyborg too, but probably worse than explosives for the most part. Thank you for the sub, for the resub, Dures, please. Yeah, I know it bounces Saga, but if you bounce all the constructs from Saga, it's also good for you. I use ball because these can be bigger removal. The Sentinels are really problematic, and I need to kill them. Hmm. This gives me Delirium. And I attack for free. Alternatively, I keep it on top, then I untap, play Expressive Iteration, keep it on... try to find another land, and play the drag on. So I think with the dragon and the Brazen Borrower, it's gonna be easier for me to win. The dragon is a pretty good draw. Because you can fail to hit a land, but... gives me Delirium too. Land. No, to kurwy. Kurwy. And bottom Exila. On top on Holy Heat. Sometimes like you feel like you could get so many more cards in the graveyard, but you just have a good one, so it's a bit awkward. Smiting ending, okay. Bye. Bye, purchase. Imprisoned in the moon. Eldritch Moon. Captain, Crescent Moon. When I land, pair it off now so that they can stab it for mana. Kensen ironically likes the song. Yeah, I do. I mean, it took a while, but I started liking it, yeah. Colossus Hammer. The best line in the Moon Song is the Eldritch Moon one. I think they are all equally as ridiculous. But ridiculous positively. Imprisoned in the moon. Something is really wrong with my moon. I know. Actually, if I cast the spell earlier, I could have... No! What? Path? Kurde, no. Path. Beef path. Delirium again. I've answered to 2 more creatures. It's fully bad deck now. Not necessarily bad deck, but Only 4/4. TBH, I'm not sure I want to cast it yet, because I might just use a bounce spell to interact, like, idly bounce spell plus borrower. It's one I equal the board. No, no need, no need. We got this one. We got this game, chat. Next question with Manufactor. It might be Tormod script. It's always so weird to me when they bring in Tormods. But does make a bit of sense in this spot. 6 life. Nice. Five life? I guess he's trying to kill me versus nothing. Yeah, I guess. And constructs? Just 4 constructs with 2 Urza Sagas, right? Easily grindable. Greedy up. Well, what I mean, that made sense. Would you have one? How do you cast Legend block does a swim and cast Borrower? Yeah? Well, had I cast the Legend, but I didn't cast the Regent, right? Because I didn't want to. Because I wanted to keep 2 interactions instead. You know, had I done different things and different, then the board would be different. My opponent also could have searched for a different card, etc. Probably shouldn't have kept Counterspell TBH because I was forced to upgrade here. Like, I always kind of wonder if I want 2 moons, but I'm afraid to do too many too either. And you can do a decent job like answering the constructs with those and with the things. Giving Counterspell means you don't lose to Pure Steel though, right? Yeah. I don't think I was losing to Pure Steel. Anyways, because I could upgrade the Shadow Spear, but yeah. Thank you for the cheer. Little cheeky. What's your favorite Counterspell art? It's actually not neither one of those that I'm playing. So you think with Blue Red being the best deck, do you think Urza Saga has any chance to be banned? See, they double hammer me. I'm hoping not. Oh, we get a hammer ourselves, but I don't think I want it. Or if it's your PS, you'll make 2 more treasures, then I don't know, I'm gonna win anyways, probably. Do you think they bought a needle against me? They did CDE, they did, yeah. They have priority first, so we can pass. See if they tap it for mana or not. Yeah. Interesting. Well, Needle's pretty poor Shabaka, but no, we're pretty good for them right now, so. Even if it's pretty poor sideboard, like they did have Tormoscript in their deck, which is also pretty poor. General. General. Hammer. What are they attaching it to? Very interesting. That's good when you can fetch it with Saga. Oh, here goes the Pure Sea Paladin. Needle is okay, but yeah. I think I would rather keep 3 removals and cast the Visions, TBH. Just like the way I lose against 2 cards is if I go shoots down my opponent and equips me with stuff. Or this, fuck. How did I beat this? Monk ass. You do not go through my graveyard, right? I have 1 card, so the dragon can win. Drag on these nuts. Sure, Ornithopter seems little effective. I count 2 artifacts. Doesn't really help to call up a removal. If they draw a hammer, just put it on the Sanctifier anyways. It's good to already want. Sure. Some heavy bullshit, but sure. It's lethal on the way back. Well, now it is for sure, actually. We have 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Okay. No worries. Cast all 3 bolts. Reveal hand. Okay, hand revealed. Let's continue building our Urza's Saga shop stack. Any powerful 1 mana things to find with the Saga? Why GG Brute to find with the Saga? We can, you know, make like Dead Nettleses work too. Actually, I would rather have 2 drops than Urza's Saga. With Urza's Saga than Stone Calls maybe. But I can play Stone Calls for 2 mana, like, so they have that option. The key that gives unblockable and untaps. Just for the unblockability, or am I supposed to include the entire combo? Because I've seen the other lists had that, but I mean, unblockable is not the worst. Honestly, Founder Inspector always kinda sucks. Trim on them. Sensor, what? I mean, the song is censored. Mystic Forge. Kind of would like to play even more of the things, because I think I should play this as a threat and probably as a 3 mana one. Let's not play the Foundry Inspector. I never liked it much. Like, maybe I can play 22 lands. I only have 3 Mishra's Factory, so you're gonna play 21 lands. But I think I would rather play More Ravagers for 2 mana. Or like whatever is the best 2 mana card. Then more 3 mana cards. One Sky Sovereign to not draw it against gamers. Especially with money, Nettlecyst. Animation module kick under sub theme. I think animation module is a bit too little for vintage. I guess I'll play like Ravagger to fill out. Sometimes okay. Probably not really gonna come up much to search the Soulgate Lantern. Although in the sideboard it's might be one of the... Yeah, I think it fits more on the sideboard. Mix Stone. Avarice Totem. You like this better than Ghost Shops? I don't know. But overall, it is playing new cards, but overall I think I more often had good results with aggressive shops rather than with Golos shops. Exchange color Avarice Totem and Tank Donut Permanent, wow. It's not go as deep. Any other height piece that I could be playing in shops? There's the Chalice, Trini Chalice, Evoker Spheres. There isn't really anything else to be played. Yeah, 2 row just sounds proper. Isn't key great anyway? Well, I have the Manifold key in the deck right now for unblockability. I don't know if it's great. I have 28 mana sources with the sagas, but saga I would rather treat it as a spell in this deck, I think. Cyborg Elias Pendulum for content. I don't think it's good content. Liar's Pendulum. I'm also always had trouble deciphering what this card says, exactly what this means. Choose a card name. Target opponent guesses whether a card with that name is in your hand. You may reveal your hand. If you do and your opponent guesses wrong, draw. So say, am I holding a sphere of resistance in my hand? The opponent's like, you bet you do, and then they're like, ah, I don't, I draw. Yeah, that is the magical hats of modern, I guess. Let's join with the shop stack. Like, I'm not sure it's super well built. Cruiser shops, what's your... It's not really cruiser shops anymore, it's more of a Urza Saga shops. And you can also go to Skyfall. You can go Skyfall. Yeah, cruiser shop, zero cruisers. A little bit of an inadequate name, I would say. Check out the sponsor of the stream, Huel, a fully nutritional meal in a powdered form. You just add some water to mix and you get a healthy drink that you can nutrition yourself with. If you click through the website, you are going to be able to do that. Retrofitter Foundry. I said what we should be playing instead of Ginger Brute. No, click my link. Let's search for zeros too. Is Skull Climb legal in Vintage? EDHRC rank? Not price tickets. I guess it shows them okay. This is the frequency of EDH tag show wing. Also live. Retrofitter Foundry, also live. Manifold key. Spellbook. School Club is interesting too. Amulet of Vigor, we can search that. Damn, we can maybe do it in oh, we are already doing it in modern, I see. Now Lurus is banned. Lurus was unbanned many months ago. It's actually not banned in Vintage anymore. So the statement all cards are legal in Vintage is true, except for there is Charizard and some other cards. Maybe you should play Onaginata. Can only be attached to a creature of power 3 or greater, so you've got to have some immense strength to wield Onaginata. Cards that acquire physical dexterity are banned. Funny, because you could also make an argument that having greater physical fitness than your opponent lets you have greater blood flow through your brain, which means that you have an advantage over your opponent in the game of Magic the Gathering, which does originate in your body. Yet, they ban the cards that require physical dexterity. Hypocrisy much? Herbal Pulti is interesting. cards do not look very good. What happened to Ice Fan Coatl? They banned Astrolabe. What about Avaris Totem? Yeah, what about Avaris Totem? It's so bad. You can play the Ozolith or the Retrofitter Foundry, but for the Ozolith I would play for Ravages, which I don't want to do. The Retrofitter Foundry... Like a Thopter. We don't really have Thopters. I don't ever care about it. Because you need to like pay mana for it, that's so much mana. Yeah, I'll play with us as it is right here. Brainstone is... I think GJ is gonna win more games than Brainstone would. Of course these cards are all bad, but the trick is to find the tier 4 card over the tier 5 card, yeah. I think Gingerbread is the solution to all of my problems. Oh, next round in the Modern Challenge. Maybe this time I actually will count if my opponent's going to die to the bots before I tilt. Susurus is playing. Susurus came back. Susurus MTG. 21st place, that's true. You find yourself enjoying UR. Do you ever worry you're a closer legacies of a player? No. I do not worry. Should I worry? That's an entirely different question, to which the answer is yes. But I am fearless. Passing deck 4 guys, white red. And was last seen playing a Jonrion deck, which they probably are playing again. My hand is a keep regardless of what I'm playing against. Jonrion, Giver of Runes. Oh yeah, Jonrion Vial. Start a prediction, chat. 30 seconds for a prediction. Will my opponent play a turn 1 Vial? They're playing a Yorion Vial deck, most likely. Predict. I killed him the other day and playing some mono red prison tron. Very curious. Alright, I keep. No vial. Wall of Omens. Well, that blocks my monkey. How many planes do they have in their deck, do you think? It's 5 planes in the deck list. Not many on the battlefield though. Imperial Recruiter. I think I could keep my counterspell for something better than this. Let's block the monkey. Credit card deck for vials 1-to-1 payout would be absurd to vote yes, dot dot dot. I would think so, but somehow the genre on vial players always seem to have the vial in hand. I'd slam the moon and hope for the best depending on the draw. Well, I will absolutely play the moon, yeah. I don't think blue moon is that good. I think it's gonna be pretty good here. Well, there's no planes in the battlefield. Well, the odds were that they were playing the same deck pretty high, I think, so the vial is pretty likely to be in their deck. Stoneforge Mystic. Would you wanna kinda recruit if you're playing Moon? No. I mean, why? Unless it's gonna find some powerful red card. It did find a white card, which seemed more likely to me. And I would keep the counterspell for some more juicy targets. Pretty good for me that I have the... Ah. See, no mana. I drew Murktide, awesome. Six, 6. Very sorry to what is gonna happen. Five red, Butter School, yeah. Whoops. So I'd like to counter that, but not anymore. Red creature. Counterspell into hand. This on the bottom. This Exila. You can't play under Murktide without releasing counterspell, but we can just attack with the Dragon Rage channelers and counterspell everything until planes is drawn. What's that, Jonrion? Yeah. You also just draw removal. What is Germ? Priest, yeah. I don't want to play anymore. Actually I do. It's fine, right? What's they gonna play? What's the punish here? Put one into my hand and put one on the bottom and exile the Murktide Regent. Play under 1 plus 5 on this. 8, 8, 11, 11. Awesome. Have a Force of Will. So now we can board out the Blood Moon. My opponent's just gonna be fetching planes, which is okay. You can take a look at their deck. Ephemerate, Solitude, Magus. Plus will make Magus of the Moon, nice. Stone for Mystic Thalia, Sanctifier. Prelate, Sanctifier again. Rest in Peace times 3. Artifactos too. What's up with this Caldra? This Caldra looks kinda sick. As in not healthy. So I don't know what I want against a deck like this. Doesn't seem like I want force much. Play up progression times 4 probably, right? Doesn't seem like I want Jace. I think Counterspell is okay. It's a sketch version, I think. Yeah, it looked pretty sketchy indeed. This is the 2 upgrades, I guess. Just hope to, like, not die. I could have explosives, doesn't seem too great. They have pretty expensive cards. I don't know how the, like, how could have people argued for the version of this deck without counterspell in it, or just have like 2 counterspell? Because the counterspell seem insane to me. But yeah, we did steal a game with Blood Moon. Seemed like we'll probably win it without Blood Moon too, but I guess you can keep. That's a mistake. Ooh. But it seems okay to draw. Okay, wait. Oh no, they have Ephemerate in their deck, don't wait. Look at the point fetching that planes, yeah. Yeah, scared now. No, it seems like an Ephemerate hand if they have that. Might even have Ephemerate. Solitude. Solitude Ephemerate. Hello, are you canister? Canister underscore MTG. Well, you can take a guess. Seems like we can play the dragon now, because then we can iteration if it gets killed. And if they have salted ephemerate, they just get value from sawtooth, not from salted ephemerate. This song slaps. Yeah, very good song. Turek turek tu turek turek tu turek turek tu na 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 turek turek tu turek turek tu turek turek tu na na na. Yep, -1 Skekla apparition, -1 dragon. Vial. If you're gonna hit a land, then you can cast it, but how I react to my hand is I would like to keep the mana up. I'm going to just cast Evasion. Bottom a bolt, keep the Murktide. I think the extra bolt is a bit too much. I'm gonna kill the Vial. They have a Jonrion and 2 unknowns. Lure isn't banned anymore. It's indeed very true, friends. It's gonna be a bit rough if we miss on the land, but I guess the odds of hitting a land are pretty high. Which one is better? Chandler or Monkey? We can dash the Monkey on the next turn. I think Chandler is better overall though. If the game goes longer. Sure. Yeah, that would make my Monkey pretty bad. I think chance everything people wanted Delver to be for the last 15 years. Wait, is Delver a card? Was Delver printed 15 years ago? I think it was printed 10 years ago. But yeah. Or maybe they wanted things 15 years ago. Encounter, I guess. There's a Delirium. They will need to have a Punishing to drop. And we know one of the cards is Jonrion. What is the point playing? UR in Texas. Guess they have ephemerate here. Okay, well that's quite punishing then. Just to get to draw a card with this with a thing. Okay, I got punished for not letting that resolve. Whoops. Whoops. Gwen's actually back in the game. Yeah, but For no reason I let them take 2 draw steps for the other ephemerate, which was also bad. As they still have just 1 plane, so the Blood Moon is actually surprisingly still effective against them. What are you rooting for, Italy or England? Nobody. Okay, I can draw an iteration, we only used 1. I played in Emeria. Oh, reward for keeping the fetch. Really weird to play it though. I'm gonna this channel now, sure, let's draw it. It can help me find some iterations too. I should have let the Skycloud Operation result, just held up counterspell. Then I would have Dragon with 2 counterspells, so would have killed my opponent in a few turns. Just killed, try and counter the Solitude. Fetching planes, sure. Monkey looks kinda bad against my opponent. I wonder if I can board it out. Maybe I should have the Jace in my deck indeed. That's just so poor against Solitude. That's Solitude. Could we have just left the first guy alive after he played on turn 4 or 5? I could have. But my opponent's hand was still full and I had counterspell in my hand, so. Monkey seems good enough on the play, I agree. Pretty great on the play, TBH. I think my opponent made a mistake playing the Emeria. Fetch for Delirium. Oh, true, I didn't notice I was missing land, that would make sense. Oh, minus Delirious. Order Lul, by the way. Monkey seems bad against Wall of Omens though, in general. Draining Butter School. Oh, they're shuffling it away. Good. Actually, I prefer. But they should have kept this in their hand. Like, they could have drawn a land out of castle. Like, I don't know how they played it really. I guess for Ephemerate being a 5-drop. Do you board an upgrade against Titan? I'm not sure. People did against me. It's kind of medium quality. And a low quality BH. Well, it's not the worst. They exiled the year into Solitude. They did exile the year into Solitude, yeah. Many turns ago. Free HP Goblin. Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Very nice name. Violent a 3-drop. What's that gonna be? Operation Recruiter. Oh. What can they find? What's their best find in a situation like this? Stoneforge. Sure. TBH kind of unimpressed by Stoneforge for Battle School, but it is better than bolts. Just out 4 bolts and in 2 moon, 2 Gaston like a Braid against Titan. I agree, yeah. Like, you need to have weaker cards to board out. Oh, that's my last fetchable. Let's fetch it instead of discarding it. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, because I have 2 canals. Okay, well, one cast. Whatever. And bottom XL, I guess. Punish with the second Vensel on my 3 cards, actually. That's gonna ephemerate decks. What's the problem? What about fuel in your stomach? I misplayed this game pretty badly, but seems like my opponent is flooding. And I draw the dragon. Dragon these nuts. Counterspell, lightning bolt, unholy heat, iteration, full dragon. Playing a Scamma Killer. I hope they won't ban me for playing against a banned streamer. Oh, they're going to make the trick. Float the ability and then in response pick up Butterskull. Wow. Still kept Delirium, yeah. I mean, well, it godlike. It's gameplay. So yeah, they can draw a Solitude and then it might need to go to game 3. Pretty likely need to. If they don't, then we're gonna not. Activate Stoneforge Ephemerate, then Violin whatever new equipment you got, yeah. Okay, we won Zulul. So easy with this deck. It's a hand. Would be better with more lands. Or, you know, with an Urza Saga in it. Let's play Netlesses. Make it 1-1. 3-1 modern, yeah. As you can see on the screen currently. You have 6, so he's probably playing. I don't know, maybe he's playing Dredge. No? Not? See, I'm banned again? No, he's actually not banned anymore. Okay, so let's think about the clock. He's playing Doomsday, which I would assume like most threatening thing. Netlesses counts in channels as well? It does, yeah. I actually forgot too. So we would play Revoker. We would have 6 power, hit for 6, next turn hit for 6, 10. Six, 10 plus 2, 12. That'll be 18 total. Since when does he play DD? I've never seen it. I played against him with Doomsday, but it can be anything, like Blue Fetch can be anything. I'm gonna name Black Lotus with the first one. for sure. And I think we are set well enough against Deathrise Shaman here that I'm going to name another thing from Doomsday. Okay, cracking a fetch. Now he's broken. This one is forcing on Ancestral Rico? Yeah? What? Interesting. Consider the game. Still could be anything. Scammer killer. Spherical swing, yeah. What did they pitch to Force of Will? Ancestral Recall. So against Doomsday I would like to board in my 5 traps. And against Sultai I would like to bring in my 3 big beaters. Any mods to honor Maquin Sauce's requests? Alright, I'll honor it. Skip 2. I think this start plus this early scoop is likely at Doomsday. I agree, that's true, because Doomsday has really trouble beating a spear, game 1. Let's board against Doomsday, like we're gonna have game 3. The Sultai is a bad matchup anyways, I guess. Imagine not being at home on a Saturday watching Canister. Home alone on Saturday night, pathetic. Keep. Also chat, we're listening to Extreme Meme Music Mega Mashup, and the meme in this is that is popular songs. Pop songs. Really good. And some songs, I guess, from the internet. Oh, Ancestral, nice, nice. Oh, oh. You plan to be alone tonight too? Okay. What they got playing? It's called Shops. Vintage was Misha's workshop. People call shops or short. Plus 2 mace, yeah, you could go plus 2 mace, yeah, that's true. Forbidden all cards. That's a little bit eye-opening, but only a little bit. So I hope the archive traps are going to be very nice, right? I guess. Seems like his hand is pretty trash. Let's see if he assembles anything. I know. Time walk, well. Into nothing, okay. Last two maze seems something you say at the disc of your enemy's maze and don't understand. 6 and 8, 9, 10. 6, 10, 12. Plus 2, goes to 1, can't fetch. Wasn't Lotus lethal with Factory? I can't use Lotus. Because I revoked it. Oops. Yeah, free life. Chat, have any of you actually tried the Hue? Just got an office job. And I'm wondering if it's actually any good for quick meals. Well, I actually tried it and it's been pretty fine for me. To like consume when I'm streaming without spending much time on it. But of course you need to try for yourself exactly if it's for you. Jackson Probe, Nitrous Claim. Okay, Yamakiller in my chat bitching around about Chalice of the Void in 3, 2, 1.8, 1.7, 1.6, 1.5, 1.45, 1.44, 1.43, 1.42, 1.40, 1.39, 1.38. Come on. How much longer this is gonna take? 1.28, 1.27, 1.269. Damn. Maybe he'll come. Maybe he'll actually come at some point. Maybe not. I was hoping for a visit, but no visits. So it was neither a bug nor doomsday, so sure. The chalice worked wonders, I guess, for me. So yeah, my restricted Chalice of the Void came in pretty handy. The 17 cards I ran only one copy of in the deck. 19 actually. Just combo off, I think. Well, the combo in his hand was Blazing Archon. He had Blazing Archon in his hand. So I don't know how combo-y that creature is, but it would be pretty problematic for me. Not really untouchable, as you can ballista it, so. Or your opponent through it. Perhaps Yamakler was inspired by my mediocre performance last week. Yeah, mayhaps that was the case. We saw Lotus Battle, so I assume there was some degeneracy going on as well. Probably. Blazing Archon probably comes from the sideboard and then... I don't know, he had like... Griselbrand combinations. It's pretty easy to get inspired by mediocre performances. I do that all the time. Also, I like how my deck kind of makes it appear as a Sky Sovereign console flagship and JJ Brute were restricted in Vintage, although that is not the case. Especially for a for someone who's very observant, they're gonna notice I have a second Sky Sovereign in my sideboard, which would not be the possible if the card would have been restricted down to just one copy available. Been streaming for 2 hours only? Two? Felt like much more. Cancel bans Lesser for not following the rules, doesn't follow the rules. Well, Baltok and Ramranch are honestly two vastly different things. Where did I read the article? How to build better decks from the past. Don't get caught up in the theme. Next I decide which cards I can live without. Whether or not they go with the theme. For instance, you may want a deck that forces your opponent to run out of cards and thus lost the game. You might choose Hauling Mines, Brain Geysers, and Millstones for starters. But you loaded the monitor's ability to give you the card you need when you need it. Go ahead and play these cards if they win for you. Susurrus erases you? No, Susurrus is back. Next I choose my defense / creatures. Most of my decks use mostly spells and artifacts. With the colors I am playing, which creatures are the most beneficial? What is its casting cost in relation to its power, toughness, and special ability? An example of a great creature defense card is the Will-O-Wisp. Well, the Wisp is insane. Yeah. I mean, it's quite good, honestly, at blocking range. Flag. B regenerates, flying. It actually seems pretty strong. Defensive tool. Art indistinguishable from biome. True. Why is Ramrash not allowed? It is Twitch banned? Yeah. It's actually not. Is it? Is Ramranch banned on Twitch? I think it actually is. But I can't really find anything. But Durset 4... always made a great point. Why should Wet Ash Pussy be allowed when Ramran should be banned, right? Okay, let's continue reading. Will-O-Wisp. Sure, it's only 0-1, but it flies, regenerates, and only costs 1 black mana. That's a bargain. Granite Gargoyles are another favorite of mine. 1 red and 2 colorless, flying 2-2, and you can pump up its toughness. Wow. Red pump toughness, interesting. Wouldn't get printed today. After this, you need to cut your deck down to size. I suggest that your theme compromise no more than 15 cards, no more than 15 cards, and at least 10 creatures. I usually play with no more than 64 cards in my decks. I tend to have 10 to 15 creatures, my theme ranging from 5 to 15 cards, and my can't live without cards. Black Lotus, Mockstones, counterspells, etc. Try to have a little over 1/3 land. I usually use 1/3 plus 2. Now try it on a body and see what happens. Remember these tips. Never ever count your Mockstones as lands. Why? Never counter a Demonic Tutor or any card that allows your opponent to grab another card. Counter the one he grabs. Why is the... Why is Mox not a land? Never counter the Vector or any card that allows your opponent to grab another card, counter the one he grabs. Try not to counter a channel, again, wait for the upcoming spell. Last but not least, never underestimate the power of a script sprite. 1/1 flying Chant Grove, damn. Don't counter channel, counter the Emrakul. For what matchups are challenged of the void in the sideboard? Cascade decks. You put it at 0 and they can't cast it. Rhinos, Living End, Lipsar, Tomorrow, or whatever else they are playing. The deck construction rules used at Origins 94 were identical to those found in the Pocket Player Guide, with the exception of the removal of the Dingus Egg and the Gauntlet of Might from the restricted list. Also, entrants were not allowed to use any of the MTG expansions, only alpha printing cards, betas, unlimited and revised. Black Lotus, Disrupting Scepter, Force Field, Avoid Tower, Mox Emerald, Mox Jet, Mox Pearl, Mox Ruby, Mox Sapphire, Soul Ring, Dirac ×3. Ancestral Recall, Brain Geyser. Well, they got it right, you know, they understood that Ancestral Recall was very good in Lotus. Time Twister, Time of Wheel of Fortune, Phantom Monster, nice. Mahamoti Gene ×2, Counterspell ×3 only. I thought he cannot live with it, without it. Can I have a link of this? Now you might look at this and say, that's a deck that won? I could beat that. Black, Demonic Tutor, Hypnotic Spectre, Mind Twist ×4, Nightmare. What's Nightmare? Oh, the horse. Wait, that's from Alpha? I didn't know. Sengir Vampire. Is Sengir Vampire the 5 mana 4/4? Singer Vampire. Flying gets +1/+1 counter each time a creature dies during a turn in which vampire damaged it. Thanks for the sub. You may be right, this deck didn't win because it's anything special. It won because it's solid and because I got some lucky breaks. But out of the opponents I face, I know that I won because it's a solid deck. There's a little something for every occasion, and I didn't get caught with cards I couldn't use. In parting, I would like to thank Carol and Dave Turrieta for a paycheck to buy cards with, Eric Yeppel and Jim Pinto for not letting my win go to my head, and Emily Jamie for putting up with me always playing Magic. I would also like to thank Dave Williams and DJ Trindle for the countless tips on the game, and Don Smith, my opponent in the finals, for being a great adversary and a great Magic player. Nice. 1994. Very interesting. We truly live in a different time. Especially because don't allow the Arabian Nights. I think it is in Legends for some reason, yeah. It is a bit weird, but... Thank you. Is that the me mega mashup again? Well, it's the same song requested twice, which is actually against the rules. Even though it was actually skipped. I'll skip it too. How do you make the water in your tap that color? It's actually transparent and it's lightning. The bulbs in the tap are purple. Canny almost trophied with this elemental list. My daughter timed me out. Nice daughter. Flamekin, Phantasmal Image, Smoke Braider. Didn't play any big Omnavs. It's a bit odd to me. Sunday Canyon, wow. Those Mana Traders decklists are really hard for me to read, but yeah. That is an elemental decklist. Can definitely go places. My mock stones are sore, I understand. Alright, more. Put back the moon. Guess Lurus. I guess it could be Hammer, and then I actually kind of want the moon. I don't 6. I think I keep the other cards because it also like can be red black, and then I really want to keep grindy cards. Two iterations can be quite cumbersome. Gonna try monkey maybe. Gonna struggle. We're going to struggle against things. The 3-2. 3-2-2-2. I like to draw a playable card. Croxa in their graveyard. Monka S. More like Monksa. Got no graveyard aid, which means that Croxa can grind me. It took an iteration, that's a bit odd. But if they knew I'm drawing a counter spell, that it makes perfect sense actually. This red black Lurus deck is tough. I think it's a bad matchup for blue red. I've read it both ways, so I assume it's close. Guess I'm gonna grab Lurus now. Which is rough. Into dry boards. Kurwa no. Okay, now we're probably not gonna win. Alright, let's draw heat and hit their channel there. They have K commands. That's a bit devastating. I'll counter that and let this leave. Draw the heat. I play Croxa, I'm gonna hit their Croxa. Draw Murktide. Does this list on Archmage's Charm? I do not have Archmage's Charm now. I do have a Chase. Nice mismatch. Actually, did we reveal? I think we revealed a counter spell that they do. Yeah, they did not know about, so. I did bleed Value. Semen suction. You gotta write notcast. That's pretty hard. And that's gonna prompt them to play Lurus, and you can find remove Alus. No, no Lurus? Interesting. Oh. What in the Jace? We're explosive versus them? They are a Lurus deck, so we can hit the 2 drops or 3 drops. I think explosives might be okay. Just say, yeah, it's here. Dur said, for some reason your message didn't play, and I wonder about that. Gas is tiny bit better against things in the battlefield than counterspell. So I don't think I would have too many counterspells. Could 2 counters git goose ins. What? And I'm putting a refund on my fuel order? Why is that? Did you not like it? Did you actually order it? Or is that some kind of a pulling my leg type thing? Can you hit full delirium off of this? Because my sub message didn't read, very distasteful. Okay. Chat. Are you going to hit delirium with this? Will I hit delirium to save the receipt? Yes. No. Start predicting. If you end up missing, if you end up missing lanes, gonna feel bad. Not really. I mean, I'm not gonna feel bad about that because it's unreasonable of me to lead on a Stevens in case this exactly happens, where they play bubble and draw a hit exactly off of the bubble. It has to be hit, not a bolt, not a push, not anything. Wow. Yes! So nice. Wait, who requested this? Canister MTG? It's banned on Twitch. Right. KPP Monks S. Well, actually, not that great of a spot anymore. Sure. My neighbors heard the stream and told me they are calling the police. Okay. They are calling the police what? Well, now that the thoughts go around, there a chance to hit delirium off of it. Have you watched the Netflix series Royce? I never heard of it actually. Two card types. Shinka. What's this K commands? Sorcery. Draw step? Are they going to draw step K command me when I draw my fourth card? It's so bad. I guess it's not. If I have a counter spell, I can get surveil. It's not as bad as it typically is. If I had three types and this guy the fourth, then it makes actually the DRC leaves, right? I also put Keiko on the bottom, which is a bit weird. To make a first striking Lurud with Shinka. Shinka, yes. I'm thinking of my space. I understand you do said at this point. I know Shinka is not deck, but you know. Net deck is okay. Weapon escapes Croxa. Gonna heat date anyways, right? In response. Shinka is nice with Mustard. Very true. Is it gonna Niall spell bomb? Did you see my tweet about guys playing for 1 hour 20 minutes in Pioneer Challenge? I did not know. Might be because I do not follow you on the platform. Did you see my tweet about guys checking for 1 hour and 20 minutes in Van Chal? What? I did that. One, two, three, four. You can make it 7-7. Flyer, cheat. Terminate, Omega cheat. Double King, I thought you were too old. I forgot about it already. That's... I already forgot. Alright, so the way to win is to iteration, let the monkey hit me, iteration to a removal on this. Or just draw a bolt. Ethergast. Sure, sure. Okay, let's draw a lightning bolt. Let's start a prediction. Will I find lightning bolt? Question mark. You will. No, you won't. Does iteration bolt count? Yes. There's only one bolt left. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts. The odds are not in my favor. That's true. It's a bit hard to grind through Croxa. This matchup. But I think I've lost it twice. Keep. Can draw something to make the Mana Academy into something. I can just lead on the Emissions Factory and activate it. Oh, Mox Spell, Isla, okay. We go also Mox, Collection Revoker. Ancestral! Yeah, Ancestral, my fucking ass, you nerd. Ancestral. Okay, I draw 3. Yeah. Sure. Let's play the Ballista because produces more mana the next turn to equip it with the Nestle says if we want to. It's better worse than when they go tank DT Ancestral. When they cast Draining Tutor, they deserve it, like they earned it. Probably die. I don't know what my opponent's planning here. It said that they were playing Breach last time. Underworld Breach. What does Archmage's Charm has to do with winning? Well, Divination is pretty good against the grindy matchup, probably. But yeah, they fetched Tinker. Terration is a key card. Yeah, I should have just simply drawn more of it, yeah. Tank, 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 play my deck. Archmage steals Croxer, that is not true. Okay, Pyroblasted my Pyrex and Germ. Actually passing, wow, what? Oh, they time walked. I forgot. I have it here, I thought I had the chance, XZ. Do you have any lanterns? I don't, no, but yeah, Graveyard Tale will be useful against those. Zero Nettle says, I agree. Ah, put Time Walk on top, play Time Walk. Are there any good control decks in Vintage? Well, I could say my opponent's deck is a control deck. If you don't think their deck is a control deck, then I don't know. Like the best decks in Vintage are blue decks, right? But like whether they are control or not, it's kind of very vague. Some play as much as, you know, 4 or 6 even Force of Wills, and then maybe even 2 Swords to Plowshares and a Lightning Bolt. Doomsday is one of the best decks in Vintage. Well, Doomsday is not controlled. Doomsday is pretty squarely just a combo deck. You think this blue-red modern deck is control? Can certainly play like control. Yeah, most of the decks in Vintage are decks that have some ways to combo kill. Even if it's just a single Citadel in the deck for the Tinker to be 2/3. You do that. But perhaps they will die this Ballista, yeah. But it doesn't seem like they're playing a straight up combo deck. It's like they're playing blue-reds, Jeskai things, and they just have that single Bolas Citadel to Tinker for, but they might actually kind of struggle to answer the Ballista if they get unlucky. Yeah, they did take 2 extra turns. Come on, go see, yeah. Isn't Blightsteel better than Jeskai things? Blightsteel is very weak to Dark, very weak to, well, doesn't win immediately, etc, etc. It's mostly pretty bad against blue decks. It's really good against Dredge and Shops. It's also not castable, while Bolas Citadel with Black Lotus is pretty easily castable. Does anyone know what's up with the model standard challenge? Very good question, I don't know. Versus Dredge, I still like Sphinx more. Yeah. I mean, Blightsteel is good there too, but not always getting there either. Delve Spell. Do you get a fat? Yes, I do. I chose not to shuffle with Ponder, which was interesting. It's stuck for me at 1 hour and 20 minutes deep in the draw, that's why I'm asking. Okay. Somebody was mentioning that earlier, but said that it was happening at the Pioneer Challenge, but the Pioneer Challenge wasn't happening right now, which is a bit weird too. But yeah, it seems like it just got stuck. Probably it's got stuck in a dungeon because some kind of an effect doesn't work well, and hopefully it's gonna get unstuck, but who knows. Vampiric Tutor, okay. 1 life point. Black Lotus. Pachi had to play game 1 of his round 3 times, nice. Okay, Prawn there. What's happening in the Pioneer Challenge? Nothing, the Pioneer Challenge didn't start yet. Underworld Breach. They do have Breach in their deck. Brain Freeze already? Yeah. I guess that's from the graveyard, and then you cast a cantrip from the graveyard, Fade, Brain Freeze. Sure. Well, that was close. Cast a Lotus? They probably have something in their hand. Trying to draw that Brain Freeze. Yeah. Oh yeah, they just draw your Brain Freeze casted. Playing around got shot or not? If they have freeze, they still need to have a way to remove the ballista in their deck. That's true, actually. Or gain life, I guess. Or kill me otherwise. Oh, they have a lightning bolt. Sure. It's Ancestral Exile, it is, yeah. But they have lightning bolts, so they can just... I'm gonna bolt the ballista, chat, so we dead still. Okay, opponent. Don't like Mind Break much. Oh, should I have Leyline? I don't think I really like Leyline. Isn't worth to play Great Concentration on this type of decks. It's restricted. And also you can produce mana for it. Mishra's Workshop doesn't pay for it, so it's actually uncastable. And it's also not really, you know, creating a wishboard for a singleton card in your deck is kinda cringe, right? Some people still play card in some versions of shops though. Despite all of those things, but... I have Eugene legal? Yeah, it is legal. How's the modern piece going? I'm 3-1. Oh yeah, why are you tagging me? Add it to the list. That's pretty funny. Add it to the list, please. Still playing. That's pretty okay. That's pretty funny. The list of slow players. This is not seeing much play not worth it over Tinker Citadel. I think most people think that, yeah. Same question, why archive traps here? Doomsday. Why is the game restarting so much then? What are they playing? Playing a one card twin combo. I understand. What's the one card twin combo? I hope I'm not gonna die on the next turn, but it seems like they have very minimal breach package and just tutor for it, so I'm gonna make a construct. You finish, poggers. 1 hour 36 minutes. Now 6 more rounds of the same thing. What's the one card combo? I guess it's already round 5. The fairy lets you roll an additional d20 on the creature that copies a creature and you roll again if you get 15 or higher. What? Let's make a construct. Delina Wild Mage. Literally never seen this. Well, Juja brought is a tech card. Not really, you know, a common one that I would expect more people to play, but I've seen someone play it for Urza Saga, and it seemed like a pretty good aggressive option with Nettlesis. Yeah, Michael tweeted about his experience in Vintage today, poggers. I'm gonna read it soon. Delina Wild Mage, 3 red, Elf Shaman, 3/2. When it attacks, choose target creature you control, then roll a d20. 1/14, create a tap an attacking token that's a copy of that creature's represent legendary and has exiled creature in combat. 15/20, create one of those tokens, you may roll again. So what's the... Are they really playing this? Oh, they're playing some fairy. What's the fairy? Are they actually undoing anything? Or is it just breaking because they're making too many tokens? Shattering Spree, that's kinda not poggers. They kill my threats though. Swing to the steel wind. Let's see tinker target. 1-1. Don't think I want a 1-1. Lost to restricted cards out of 2 different chopsticks. Guess just not my day to day. Yeah, pretty tame. I beat Yamakiller hand of like 4 one cost cards with Chalice of the Void. Had like 3 Nature's Claim, 2 Nature's Claim or 3, I don't remember exactly how many. Nice Whisper, okay. Are you still in the Modern Challenge? Yeah. We're between rounds in this. 3-1. Gonna take a while. Shattering Spree? Gosh, sure. It's hard to not lose the restricted cards since half decks are made of them, yeah. That's true. There's more restricted ones than non-restricted ones, TBH. The Sphinx is pretty bad against shops because Stone Cold Serpent can blank it, right? A 1-1 Stone Cold blanks it. Maybe a 1 Manifold Key if they have that though. Unlikely. We have Gingerbread too. It's a similar role, I guess. And Ballista. I think I like my sideboarding. They seem not to be super heavy on graveyards. I don't know, maybe I should have the ley lines over Ravager, something like that. Why is there a Manifold Key and a Gingerbread in your deck? I want to have Saga, Urza Saga options. Maybe I should just accept that I can tutor mana with it, but I really want a threat. So, you know. What does Key do? It makes my creatures unblockable. Nice hands. I know, like, that may not be too convincing to many, but giving mana is secondary, just unblockable. Like, unblockable, sometimes that's really poke to have unblockable things in your deck, right? Oh. Nice, nice. I congratulate you. Kana. Shattering Spree versus Trinisphere is a pain. Oh, Sphinx does the thing that Sphinx does the best again, which is getting pitched. Tundra. I'm not gonna ask chat because I don't have time for that. I'm gonna kill this because I have Shattering Spree. It stops Tinker too. Too bad Saga cannot fetch a sphere. Will you upload this deck to Stream Decker? Okay. But keep in mind that it's not gonna be the main deck. It's gonna be the secondary deck. Yeah, upload it. Kill my Mana Crypt, interesting. Yeah, make a construct next turn. Really nice that the saga is not getting more expensive with the saga with the spheres. Ooh, nice. Soul ring. Can't get gingerbread because you have a cage, so we got to remember that. So much manas. Gonna have a 6 and a 6/6. We don't quite kill them next turn, but they double sphere and cage, so it's gonna take a while to. Ooh, GG's. This looks much better than Mechagodzilla to me. A faster clock. Also, this also looks better than Mechagodzilla. Yo, this Switch 18 Plus. What are you talking about? What are you on? Huh? Why do you ask? I didn't actually never ever mark my channel as immature only audiences. Maybe I should. But I mean, like, what is so mature about those songs? Wait, embarrassing me, huh? We're gonna take a quick break. I'll be back for the next round, Twitch chatters. About time to chill out a bit. being able to survive Crocs under the graveyard, so you don't actually have to cast a 2-mana part, is actually what makes the card decent. That's true. I like Canister because he plays Anti-Joy of Honor and Dignity. Thank you. I wanted to catch the last 2 players because 56 minutes was way too dank, way too much, and I wanted to add them to the list, but unfortunately I didn't get to. The most expensive liquid in the world is a tier. It's 9% liquid and 99% feelings. Think before you hurt someone. Very well said. It's been a while since the last time I have been here, but I must say that the new haircut suits you, Mr. Streamer. Thanks. Thank you. Oh baby, oh baby. You know what Sisters is playing? I have no idea. Is it a Kiperoni? It's 4 lands but no threats too. I think I'll move. Looks better. What do you think about bundling in this meta? For the most part I don't. I don't know what's bundling. It's like band decks with Ephemerate. I like Ephemerate Elementals. That's a poker stack. I think I'll like keep 2 bolts then heat right now, right? In case my opponent's not playing creatures. Evolve to 5. Volak with the molten pineapple, okay. Should have kept the heat, I guess, if I knew that. I mean, like, Delirium is so far away. We might point a bold face. Then, yeah, I think we want to point bold face. Because then we have some dreams of blasting Murktide. Then have counterspell. Sus apparently is a mono blue Throne Prison. Wow. Sure. I'm playing with fancy Steam Vents. I have 3 different Steam Vents. That includes the fancy one, yeah. Well, it depends which one you think is fancy, but I guess regardless of which one you think is fancy. I don't have the new one. Maybe they play Dryad and we draw Blood Moon. Yeah, maybe. We do have a Maniac Moon. Good point. The other two bolts. I know they don't play anything. They don't progress anything. You can just bolt face twice and play Murktide as a 6/6. 2/10 Clockwave counterspell. When they play Dryad, I need to double bolt the Dryad. I can't really not keep my counterspell up. So check out the sponsor of the stream, Huel, with chat. Link is posted in the chat by the bot every single time. Forest, Azusa, to West, damn, that's suspicious. Either tricked me, or in their 5 head, or I just should play my Murktide because they didn't trick me and just didn't have the lands. And I have to win somehow. Is still a meal replacement thing. In all the promotional materials I received, it was made clear that it's not a meal replacement, it is a meal. So one could call it that. One could call that. It's not like a meal replacement, but just like, you know, a meal because it's a complete meal. Attack, 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 attack. Yes! What a fucking nerd. Under Dryad. Okay, well. No, that's nerdy, but that means they have no Titan. So you can draw a fetch or a bounce land, I guess. Or a Titan. Let's see if they do. Redraw. Titan doesn't work anymore. Ah, shucks. You can draw a heat though. Oh, they had explodes, that's why they played 3 times. Should probably get this back in time spin because I can draw a heat now. Yeah, Boros Garrison is kinda cringe, but what are you gonna do? Like, some people just do not listen. Actually need delirium. No, actually I got delirium. You're drawing a Vesuva. Okay, so I better draw heat immediately. Okay, potentially punish for... Okay, die to Vesuva. Vesuva on this land. Well... Hey, I would like to draw more. What? I can't, too bad. Boros Garrison. Boros Garrison means that just not gonna... Two Azusas, so there is not gonna be through the breach. We have one slot, we can have an Abrade, or a Force. Raise and Borrower, a Chalice for Pacts, but I have 0 drops too. Maybe that's because you didn't have priority? What do you mean? I just have one Abrade. Sorry, I had to help my kids, okay. Everyone sometimes needs to help their kids. Can I strategy skip? Well, you're a mod for a reason, right? Well, actually you aren't. Okay, that'll skip. You're the best, thank you. WTF is staff, it's Twitch's staff. Can you make donations to build a hot tub stream? No. I am physically incapable. Fetch. Works too. So waiting for Spicy Ramen stream. It's gonna happen today in the evening once I'm... Probably after the modern challenge, because I had to get hungry a bit too. Don't want to eat it. Which I hope you understand. Does heal have a Spicy Ramen option? Not to my knowledge. So, tap lanes. Why do you not run Delver in this deck list? The reason is simple. Delver is not very cash money. This is a turn where I could tap out, unless I would go Azusa Titan. It would be quite distractive for me. But I would like to progress land-wise. Put one of them into your hands. Bottom. So one of them. Was a nerd, they help kids, yeah. Or a nerd. Let's see if they do go Azusa Titan. Do stuff. Kill me. You did have two Azusas in their deck. This seems like a keep. Okay, just two constructs. Like, we beat that easily. We can spend a mana now. We block, we don't block, we take 8. You're the 6. Yeah, 3 6 6s. And block 2. You block. Shatter Sound Stack or the Dattering Spree? Dattering Spree. I don't have it, neither. Or gasoline real hot right now? Yeah, it does look very good. Assuring me to, so that we can, you know, making sure that we can win the game. What's that noise? It's in the song. Doomsday, okay. Shake that thing, yeah, better shake that thing, yo, better shake that thing, yo, better. Guess my opponent floats mana and plays an Azusa, that's a bit awkward. This guy did nothing but make constructs. Is this modern now? Yeah. Take that thing and block my Murktide Regent with it. Well, I have 4 unholy heats to kill the constructs, chat, don't worry. It's true, Goblin, Goblip guy. Numbers. That is true. I did, yeah. Like, Poland is opening up and did have chance to play in paper a few times already. What's Jace for? Grindy matchups. Should play the Mox so that I can get days, right? It's Doomsday. I don't like this hand on the draw. Don't I? Because we'd like to have Blood Moon. I guess we have vision. We have visions. We have potentially heat on turn 2. Moo, what would you like to put your hand to have? A counterspell on 2 and moon on 3? You'd never move that hand? Okay, well, you know, Titan gave me explosives, so it would be. I don't know, I just wanted to consider that, but. Vanished. You make sibling 4 in this day and age, plus 2 mace. You can actually move the Nettlesis to revoke an accent to not lose on clock. Too easy to move to a much worse hand, yeah. I mean, well, yeah. Oh, that's a good draw. Was Fisting Trocking ever good? No, obviously not. Nice draw. Ooh, results, poggers. Seven. Saga. But only on turn 2, that's pretty good for me. top. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. But top is gonna be for the dragon. Run a foul on top. Oh, that's interesting. Castle wins. They're playing as Doomsday here, we know that, so you can board in 5 traps. What are this? This. 2 of those. One goes. Does this do anything against Doomsday? I don't think so. Kind of want to bring Ragavan for Delirium. Yeah, actually. Very good idea. Cavern. Spider, what? Are you going to play Arasta on me? One more card my graveyard, because like this flies, we can play the dragon. Go into my graveyard. Oh, 2 moons milled. I'm gonna play one of the Murktides now. Spider means that they're probably gonna play a Rust of the Endless Web next turn. Kiwi Sorcery in the graveyard. Memory Lapse is ZZZ, yeah. I guess I'll keep. It's Doomsday. Simple hand with a simple plan. The plan is to die on turn 1, I guess. We could have had Archive Trap in hand, that would be better. But we have like Sphere, Wastelands, Wasteland Sphere. Well, actually we can go the second Sphere with cracking the 2 Wastelands, you know, but... You know, if it gets countered we can. 5 mana. Doesn't seem like turn 1's 3 trade into preordain. Oh, they could have Black Lotus, but yeah, they didn't. Ooh, Mindbreak Trap drawn. Okay, Arasta actually drawn. I'm not sure if I buy Arasta Bingo.poggers, but... I mean... They get this 1-2 blocker, yeah? We have 4 spells in my graveyard, not necessary, nonetheless a counter spell. Three, 5 reach, go, no blocks. That is true. You can hit this and you can have 3 spells in the graveyard. You're gonna counter this, hit this, play a Dragon 10. Yeah, Arasta seems maybe not cringe, but optimistic. Just like didn't keep a green up to make sure that we can. Yeah, Arasta was pretty. Arasta playing pretty okay against blue red prowess in the past. Ah, again, fucking days. No, I'm so bad at playing against days out of this deck. I'm so good at playing around days. Good game, thank you for the match. Arasta seems pretty optimistic actually. No lands, nice. Yeah, it's better against blue red prowess for sure. White trap. Well, my opponent's playing a combo deck, so you know I can stop their combo for 0 mana. He lost the flip, so you can still lose the race. What do you sell at your vintage shop, canister? I don't sell. Only buy. Buy game wins. I guess. Easy. 3-0 for 1. So decent results today. So far. 152 is at 8 rounds. Casphere, no. Casphere, no. Casphere. GG, well played. It's funny because he actually said that in the chat. He was like, yeah, GG, thank you, Andres. Well played. Well, I mean, did I play it badly? No, so I guess it was well played, but at the same time. Well, actually, it wasn't well played because I didn't play around days. Almost lost 2 days. Because I was just like play my sphere and then play the land first. Play around the days. Didn't play around days twice? No, only once. Well, twice, yeah. I guess first match too. M played, medium played. MPL 8. Wow. MPL. 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 Remember that. Imagine being a part of the MPL couldn't be me. Yeah. Are you drinking tea on a pool? Yeah. I actually am. We have downtime because I won both my rounds fairly quickly. So I could go and prepare the super spicy ramen right now, but I'm still not hungry and I want to eat it when I'm not hungry at all because... I shouldn't have ate. But I have a bag of Samyang? I have a bag of this and I have consumed a few Samyang ramens which were not super omega, were not listed at two times spicy. They were pretty hot for me. Wanted to try this one, but still not yet. How about Shin ramen? I believe I didn't. I believe I didn't have it. Or maybe I did? Maybe I had Shin black ramen. I'm not sure. No, I think I didn't. Purple's the best Samyang. Which one is the purple? I think the black one is really good. I didn't have the black one. I had the... I had this. The cheese one. It was quite spicy for me. And also I had... I don't know, some tomato... red packet one from Samyang too, but it was not double spicy. Purple is mala flavor, whatever it is. I have no idea, but it's really good. Could you explain by drawing? Purple Samyang ramen. For a long time I didn't even enjoy spicy food at all, but I don't know, at some point I started eating it and it's hard to eat, but it's just kind of very nice. Mala is a spicy and numbing seasoning made from Sichuan peppercorn and chili pepper. Numbing, sounds fun. See, yeah, sounds good. Hot chicken flavor ramen. Stir noodle hochi Samyang mala. Interesting. Interesting, very interesting. The double spicy is too much to just eat normally. Like, I'll eat it, but it makes my nose too runny. I'll prepare some tissues. Need to try the black one, the black Samyang. I haven't tried the double spice red one, and the black one is even more spicy, right? Or is it just a different flavor? Black Samyang. See, like the chicken here seems even more flame throwing. I prefer my nose runny, I understand you fully. The black one is less spicy than the red, I see. Should try soon from Noshimi, it's vegan ramen, super good. Is it also super spicy? Soon from Noshimi. Hashtag soon. No Google results. Soon from non-shimi. That explains a lot. Soon from non-shimi. Veggie ramen. Gourmet mild. I had something from non-shim. I don't remember what was that. Are there good Korean barbecue places in Poland? I don't believe I've been to any. I add dried mushrooms and wok vegetables to the black wine. It's really good for lunch. Okay. I just eat them raw because I eat them when I don't want to prepare anything and when I just want to cleanse my nose, my everything with the spiciness. Cleanse your bowels, yeah, exactly. Cowboy? Also, chat, you might be wondering what we're listening to. We're listening to Gang Fight, Rebecca Black as interpreted by Bad Lip Reader. No, you have, because I was living in Poland for some time and I love instant ramen, ... Yeah, maybe I'll try it. What kind of meat they was grinding? Very ridiculous. Canister, do you have car insurance in Poland? Are you asking me if that's a service that exists in Poland or if I have my car insured? For us to thaw. Canister, do you have hospitals in Poland? There is in fact some hospitals. In fact, I'm living like 100 meters next to one, and this is why you somewhat occasionally hear sirens on the outside, and then chat is going monka as police is coming, but that's actually ambulance. Can I share we have food in Poland? Yeah. Both? Then yes to both. Nice. I'd Marine Benson before my DMCA gets strict. Audio jungle, audio jungle, audio jungle. Right, police is guys as an ambulance? Unlikely. Police is coming, as in coming, funny. Canister, do you have electricity in Poland? Yes, in fact, I'm using one to fuel my PC that is running the stream for you to enjoy. Double top 8 incoming? Maybe, maybe not. Don't get your hopes high, because that's the way in which you get hyped. Wait. Did you beat Nier? I'm nearly done. Actually, I don't know. if I'm nearly done, I'm still playing the game and I arrived at the time skip and start playing. But I'm playing like every 2-3 days, so not that... I'm not that quick at progressing through the game. Mildly related, but I do beating related stuff with Nier related stuff. Interesting. Has the Nier gacha game released already? For the beating to ensue? None. Uninterrupted. Later is small, okay. Will you be more powerful after the time skip? Who will be your arch enemy? Spike? Mango? I don't know. Cancer, do you prefer gachi or gacha? That's actually a good question. They sound alike, yet they're quite different. Imagine gacha gachi, yeah. No, gachi gacha. Where you can randomly open very rare characters of Billy Harrington or Van Darkom. Or if you get unlucky, you get the Rip the Skin guy. Pretty funny. Did you play AFK Arena on phone? I never played that game, but I have seen the ad for the game many times. It's like that's so very weird because the ads are like purposefully super bad on YouTube. They constantly play for me, but the way in which they're bad makes them kind of memorable. So maybe that works. Did you play Neopets back in the day? I did not know. I'm not sure what's Neopets. Neopets. I did not play that now. Phenomenal control player, tiny control player. Susurrus and 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 3 people are playing them. One of the best free-to players on AFK Arena was Athene. He was super cool in community, not what I've heard about him. Interesting. And that is actually not very interesting to me, but yeah, probably. Actually, I think I've seen on some Twitch.tv streams, streamers had some soundboard connected to their bits donations, and like people could donate bits to play sound on the stream. And imagine that if Twitch chatters could decide when would Aniki scream or when would Van say $300. Actually thinking about that the other day, but I was away from my computer, so I couldn't Google that and research that. So I should look into that. I should note it down that I would like to do this after the stream. What's my question today? UR? I don't know. No idea. Alright, 2 matches in progress, and this is 1 free and 1 for people, so I'm going to open the list. Praxis the fat controller. Oh damn, I missed the other ones. Okay, sure. No, actually I tapped out the okay, it's fine. Rabbit Buffalo and Praxis' opponent. Who now? Click, zapisz. I don't understand how I still on the list. Well, there's no process for removal. Yeah, this person has the soul. Very strong. Susurrus for 1. When will I cyberbully them all? I will never cyberbully those people, and I do not recommend for anyone to do that yet. Still, I would recommend for them to play a bit faster, especially when they are on 115th place and with a 1 free score. Because come on. I'd add Bob the dog just to be sure. Bro. Twice. Are there any good Knight of the Reliquary decks in Modern? I don't believe so, no. Oh, thank you, Canister, for interacting with your not subscribed audience. I really appreciated it. You are a great player that plays good decks, but make it entertaining. Do you think good decks are not normally entertaining? You could play facing your boss, timeskip Arcanemi Johnson next round. Well, the timeskip thing happened in a game that I'm playing right now. So I didn't mean that I'm going timeskip to in IRL. It's a very sad story also. Hope they do. I don't know. Do something about it or not. Buko?
W środku czy na zewnątrz? Co ty chcesz?
To zostaw monitor otwarty znowu. Bo jednak kotki jebną zaraz. Oh. Why am I talking to my hot tub? I like to. I don't know. Well, if every streamer plays same decks, it's boring. Yeah, I mean, I play shit decks often. I play good ones right now, though, which is not my modus operandi always. Wooded foothills. Temple Garden. Play Dork, please. No, not removal. Dork. No, no, not ending. No. Well. Misty Rainforest. Counter a spell. Decent draw. Wooded Foothills, Misty Rainforest. Maybe Blood Moon's good there. How long since you ate a plum beer? I don't know what's a plum beer. Why did you post a link to this image, Frozen Ape? Red skin, 6 key. Did I counterspell that? I really like to moon. You hit Delirium too. Didn't. This is Velomachus, right? Wait, not Velomachus with Temple Garden. Escape ship probably. Oh yeah, that's Temple Garden, so that's not Velomachus. You don't have Delirium. Play the Fairy, potentially, yeah. Spike played against one yesterday of Temple Garden. What they named the Big Moke. I know, it seems so bad to play this in Velomachus, but we'll see, we'll see. On top, white, blue, Safari. Grab the fetch, sure. I mean, it's probably not playing Dwarven Mind then, it's playing some different stuff. Try the Deletion, okay, it's Escape Shift. So Moon is gonna be good. Uh, uh, Sex cells too. At this, we want to heat this. The stellarium. Don't really want to moon yet. Just one island. It's a bit awkward. We can fetch more basics then though. It's problematic too. Hey, doesn't have any mana. Sure. Spheres are good enough. We can draw a land, we're on the draw too. Moon. They have no white, which is good. Lotus, probe, that's it. Before BTL for T-Balt would be problematic, that's true. Well, seems like that's happening. I want to revoke our Lotus. Next turn. I think the sphere is better earlier. That's pretty close actually. No, this is not new, this is like escape shift. Dryad Islands. What internation? What? Nothing internation. Bolt. Nice one, T-Balt. What is my opponent's deal? The probe, Lotus thing, Tundra. Defining the moon, Dryad, fetch. Yeah, sure. Force and mental mystery. That was pretty costly for them, wasn't it? Because then they sacked the Lotus anyways, right? But sure. So Nettles just to start clocking them. Bułeczko, kotku. The big monkey wins. What incarnation? Did he just win? We want to spell. Do you want spell piece against them? I doubt it. I want Jace? No, I doubt it. You don't like the force. Dispute? Not really. Maybe I want dispute. Gas? Tefari. Awkward. Tefari? Force. Yeah, let's have this too. Actually, no, I don't like, no. Does he have Ren 2? Monkey should probably great on the play. Can dispute BTL? Yeah, but not if they have 3 extra mana, which they will. Three Scour. Are you all 6 in game 1 in the Melon Challenge? No. I don't really need to blend distraction on that, but... What 2 decks would you recommend if you don't want to shell 500 ticks on Monkey and TGO? Blue-Red Prowess and Amulet Titan. I guess. 4 different counterspell arts, but not the best one. None of those arts is, the best art because they're all same. We played Tundra, Detection Pro, Black Lotus, Force of Will, Mental Mister. That tells me not much. Tells me they're playing a grindy deck. I don't think I sideboard anything then. Just leave it, I don't Worm Calls. Monkey. Nah. Not a fan of this. Not a fan of Dread Horror Arcanist. Dread Horror Arcanist pretty obviously sucks, so I'm not now. This is way too weak. It's better, I guess. Smoke Saga? That's pretty cool. Doesn't lock much, but they have the Revoker. And if they're playing grindy, it's okay. Is Snapcaster Mage also bad? Snapcaster Mage is a 3 or 4 mana card in this deck, which doesn't play many cards that cost that much. And I don't think Snapcaster is like excellent enough to make me want to play 4 mana cards. But you could play it, it's not terrible. Same with Awkward of Death, Delirium. Like kinda... You might ask, why would you want to play the Snapcaster Knights instead of playing an efficient card? With Foothills on top. What Naya cards are good against this deck? Naya? I don't know. Charge of the Void, Solitude. Next one of Red Foothills. And 2 cards for my 1 card in matchup like Ragdolls might be a Cyborg card TBH, yeah. I mean, it is good to fit some more 2-for-1s to the deck. I think Chalice, Solitude, all sack, my brain's easy. I think you're a simpleton, John Star, occasionally. Should have not played this first. Although we do play around days now. Black Lotus. Awkward, I guess. Well, sure. Ace Cool comes a good Saga target. Thought about it, yeah. Did I play the monkey or dashing monkey? Probably dash, TBH. Oh, I could have also checked that top card. Choose to lantern control them. But now it's pointless. Either guessed. Dash to feel less bad, yeah. Good point. Breathing pool on top. Dryads. Yeah, Revoker can name lands, that's true. They strip mine my Saga. Very sad. Play on days. Ha 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 ha. This card is pretty poor still. I know, isn't there any half decent 2-drop for shops to play? We got one spell. Valakut. Still gonna play a dragon, right? What means Tarnation? Means what the heck? What the hell? I don't know, it means that they're very surprised. I don't know what the word Tarnation actually means, but... Why would shops when they 2-drop when they start with free mana? Because most of the games you actually don't. Merchant Scroll, okay. And I want to have 2-drops to play before I Urza Saga activates in those scenarios. Decent draw. Tarnation is where the Tar people live. Everything changed with the Tarnation attack. 2 basics is some wild stuff, but yeah. Tarnation. Funny. Dryad, okay, you gonna play Valakut? Buddy. Oh, counter spell. Was my very poor monkey impression. I should have revoked Ancestral Recall. They don't seem to be a combo deck, they play Strip Mine though, so I think I won. Or I think I'm likely to win this game. No, that was your down with the Cygnus impression, true. Ooh, Ooh, I think the Spirit and Spears are not good against my opponent's deck. They have too much mana. I think my Cyborg is perfect. Although Ragavan the draw might be a bit scary, but you can still dash it. Alright, Wasteland targets. Set it! Picking up your upkeep, so they take a pretty hefty hit. Serenity. You mean Joey's sister? We have lethal? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Yeah, we do. Let's get the Gingerbread so, you know, we deal more damage. I'm going to name Serenity. Canister and getting owned by Dace. Name a more iconic duo. Or is there a Gingerbread in your deck? Honestly, a Gingerbread is better than this. Gingerbread is there to be fetched with Urza's Saga, because I have equipment. I have 4 Nettleses, so if I have a equipment laying around, you know, simple. Are you playing 4 different Blood Moon? No, I'm only playing 3 different Blood Moons. Yeah, if they played Energy Flux, I would have been pretty... I would have probably sucked everything onto the Ballista and so on, but... So yeah, the danger of playing Ragavan turn 1 is Ren. Misha's will enter the lead, Carlson. Sure. Has main board Blood Moon been working out? Yes, working out at the gym every day. Why Abrade over Shattering Spree? I don't know. I started with Abrade and never changed it, but instants are pretty poggers. Can't say the same thing about sorceries though. Why no Ragavan here? I'm scared of Ren at 6 key. Ragavan Monkey in the Chinese Ragavan. Why no Moon turn 2, yeah. I mean, you know, it's like, oh, everybody's so smart now, yeah. Oh, they didn't have Ren, why did you fucking play Ragavan, you stupid idiot? Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, we need to go planes actually. Could they play Omnath? I'll probably beat Omnath. Monkeys fought like you, they would never jump in the trees like crazy. Yeah, true. Can lose to BTL. That's true. Let's play Ragaman then. With the other guys. Hey, how is the modern standing? I'm 3-1. 4-1? 4-1. Playing round 6 now. Cover stream? I think it's proper play. Stream. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. What basing line is that? Secret layer Kaldheim. Temple Garden. Good thing we didn't hit a spell because now I don't have to think about. Are they sandbagging Dryad, you think? Maybe they are, yeah, but so what? Oh, wait, a second one? Not really, right? I want to throw a counter spell. And I can get more triggers. Like the second one doesn't do too much. Yeah, BTL in hand, how do you know this? It's possible, but we're 4 vintage actually. Gonna be 6 rounds only, so we might actually top 8 the vintage challenge. Yeah, it's actually likely they have BTL. Oh, Druin Island, what a lacquer. Auto paid stream, well, I have a loss in the modern one. I want the Regent. Like, so to cast Supreme Verdict, they would need to BTL and then we just cast the BTL. So they would need to do something like play on their basic island. Veil or Gas. They're dead now. Well, they're not dead if I don't play the Regent. Why would you play Regent? I was thinking of Supreme Verdict. But it requires some like insane things to really happen. Do we run Valakotes? No. We don't. Not the most casual card either. Well, Supreme Verdict. BTL for Supreme Verdict. So they go basic island, Supreme Verdict, BTL into Supreme Verdict with Dispute backup, then you know they would get me, right? Basic planes. Basic planes got Excel, so they can't even get it. Oh, I guess, yeah, I guess they need the under basic for BTL, so that's fine. That's true. They need some like ridiculous. Yeah, so they can't have anything really. I forgot that BTL needs a certain amount of colors on top of everything else. Nice song. Oh, John Star. They didn't have BTL. They just had big old bag of nothing. Akisaki. They could have gassed the moon and verdicted, yeah, I guess. That would have been theoretically possible. Can survive with Salted Fury, true. Well, not Fury, Salted, yeah. Winning in? It's 2 more rounds, so 2 more win-ins. Amuda is the hammer person, won the challenge last week. And Esther, which is your favorite Liliana? Of the Vest. Has anyone ever won 2 challenges double queuing before? I'm pretty sure that happened. Probably more than once. Not me though, I haven't. I have won very little challenges. I mostly top 8 them. Well, like when I top 8 them, well, you know, if you have like 1/8 of chance of winning a challenge, then I probably do that at that rate. Who are you? Hamuda, I am the hammer player. That's some kind of a fanfic getting written. Waiting for the story to unravel. Right, let's look through artifacts in vintage. To find something to replace the 2 Ravagers with. I mean, the Ravagers are kind of fine, so maybe don't need to replace them. The 2 copies are kind of fine to sometimes draw and threaten to put Canderson Ballista kill from that. Okay, I'm not gonna do the search then. What matches did you hit advantage till now? Let's reminisce. Played Yamakler on Oath. All day boarded for Doomsday. Played against Underworld Breach, Grixis, or Focolor. We've played against Doomsday. And against, I don't know what that was, some kind of a blue deck, 2 islands, so some kind of a 2 island strip mines, so some kind of a grindy blue deck. Blue white seemed like. Kanye, I just watched your amulet video and I wanted you to know I appreciate you sharing your insight. Good luck today. Alright, chat, if you enjoyed the video, I hope you all subscribe to my YouTube channel and like the video and comment the video, because that will certainly help me produce more of them. And also the question would be, what other videos would you be interested in seeing? If I work more on UR, I can try to produce a video for that. Spicy ramen, yeah, that's at some point. You can see the video on my YouTube channel. Go to my YouTube and lantern guide. I'll need to work on the deck to make a hard to make a video about that. Do you work with a management company for YouTube videos? I do not know. I have an editor that I had hired, but I stopped making the gameplay videos from like my streams, and I will just make the more sparse and more thought out content. Can you link a background for background change reward? Yeah, as long as it's not gonna be pornographic or obscene. My favorite part of the video was you pronouncing UR Murktide in a cool Dakar multiple times. Yeah, it gets easy once you get used to. Canister, do you use Huel personally? They did send me product, and I did use it, and I did enjoy it, and seems like a fine way to nutrition yourself when you don't want to stop streaming, for example, or do something else that is like attention requiring. And it does taste reasonably okay, and it does seem to like keep me fueled, I would say. This shop stacks make me want to play vintage. Yeah, I like shop stacks and vintage too. Kaneki, I can calculate how many Huels you need to drink per day to become an uncle, special for you. Well, I am kind of becoming an uncle, but mostly in my belly. And yeah, I don't know how. I couldn't tell you what is my calories intake daily, so I guess you could tell me. Muda MTG. And take testosterone, I'll pass. I'll pass on that. Oops, I didn't do pass to everything in this command. Have you messed around with Legacy Amulet? No, and I don't really have an interest. Hey, just reinforcing the YouTube video on Titan. Very nice indeed, and that helps a lot new players learning curve. Okay, thank you. Yeah, as I said, remember to, if you liked it, if you watched it and you liked it, remember to interact with it on the platform, because that does help me. If you do interact with it on the platform, leave a comment, give a like, etc. More impressions. That's important for me. What modern deck should I play for the Legacy Showcase Challenge next week? Wait, wasn't the Vintage Showcase Challenge today? Or is it next week? Is there a gap? Just it, thanks. Next weekend, okay. And well, Modern Deck for Legacy Showcase, you should be playing, I don't know. Do you think a how to beat the deck part would be good in videos like the Titan one? It is something worth considering, like... And like I mostly wanted to like make a study of, you know, for people who are interested in playing such a deck, but it is also a useful type of information as to, like, you know, what is that you're the weakest to. I did try to cover that in some ways in the matchup section, but I guess we could like also make a different section out of that. I'll think about it. Spend all my ticks on Monkey. I can't buy Fossil Wasteland. Maybe I should try using some rental services. Do these Affinity decks not play Rabban Ravager? In what format? I do have two Ravagers in my vintage deck. But in modern, the Affinity decks typically don't play Ravager nowadays because it kind of doesn't work well with Urza's Saga. Sacrificing your artifacts with the Urza's Saga constructs don't go that well. It's not like Ravager is that great of a card in general. It's kinda of a 1-1 1-1 often. It's a 1-1 1-1, 2-1 1-1 that lets you do stuff. Ooh, I sold my son to buy Ragavan foil. Very nice. I'm sure that there is a version on YouTube. Disturbed, down with the sickness, but it's just the screams. Disturbed, down with the sickness, but every word is ooh, Yes. Sounds like what I was looking for. This is actually pretty nicely done. Indistinguishable. Fair. Fair, fair. I'll take a bathroom break. I'll be back in a few minutes. I don't know if that was a key, but... Amaroni. I'm gonna get hammered? Yeah, maybe. Or Saga. Spring Leaf, okay. Sentinel is so good against my deck. I like the Braid in this matchup much more than Shattering Spree though. I'll have to say that. Land. Alright, if they miss a land, that's 2, that's gonna be okay for me. Unfortunately, they might not. At least that's pain land, so they're gonna take heavy pain from this and pain out again. That's something one could do too. Putting the Shadow Spear just so I can counter it, right? Just in case. They probably have one mantle. That's how they fit it. Let's give those kind of spells. Maybe just play. Maybe just don't play junky cards from the new set. What are those? Oh, that's 2 mana. 1/1. Yeah, I mean. Why not more moon? I don't think it's all that good to draw multiples. I feel like the first one is barely very good. Spell Pierce on draw only. I think Spell Pierce is not very only. No. Let's keep this. Explode is very good in this matchup. I don't like Spell Pierce against them. They have the drums to have more mana and like they make constructs and you have Spell Pierce. Sounds so bad. Ragavan and Ragavan seems like a fine draw. Yeah, I would rather have Alpine Moon in this matchup than Blood Moon, obviously. Oh, can dash Ragavan for extra mana. I'm gonna do that. Well, unless you play Mem Knight. Colossus Hammer, sure. The 12 non-basic lands. Yeah, I mean, they still mono white, so they still draw the planes often. Or do I just play 2 1-drops? It's better than dashing the monkey TBH. So 3-3 ready, better clock. So you can get the duration next turn if nothing important happens, yeah. Oh, you fucking scam, destroying my stuff. Islands and castles, it's okay. Hand, bottom, exile. Can get delirium, nice. Want to drop off. Sure. I mean, if my opponent's playing more of a combo deck, it's gonna be pretty bad. Hammer Time is a fun deck, and you're a fun guy. I think I play Explosion 2. Then the dragon. This turn is just a 5/5 dragon, and we lose a 3/3 flyer too. You play the hammer, so you're anticipating the. Trickery. History. I don't know why they play the hammer really right now. Not playing around days. My opponent has no islands on play. I think I'm playing around days pretty well. We did not win game 1 against Hammer Tribal. I'm gonna win this one probably though. Sanctifier on back. As well as the slow. The hammer deck is not really quick, it's more like about the resiliency. The cyber plan has been working well for me, but honestly, like the explosives is doing so much work. I think I played 3 times versus hammer, but I like Abrade a lot, and I think Abrade sounds better to me than. The dragons in the draw are not that impressive, but they seem sometimes are very good against some of the draws. Scouting turn, is that all you've got? Emreef, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Also, Twitch chat, remember that if you have Twitch Prime, you can subscribe to a single subscriber. a single Twitch streamer every single month for free at no cost for yourself, and then therefore you can support the person you like to watch the most and make sure that that person actually can keep making streams on twitch.tv for you. We're gonna explode on 0. You want to play the channeler or the monkey? Kinda want to play the channeler more. I think because the monkey's not gonna attack next turn most likely. What's the reason not to play any Archmage's Charms? I don't know. I think the only reason to play them is to have cards that are good against black-red. Or maybe in the mirror, but I haven't played the mirror yet, actually. Oh wow, Black Lotus Mountain? What? Seems like some kind of a granny deck though with TRC, so it's very good for me for my hand. Thank you, Tafa Eredux. Very nice of you. Also, you know, they fetch a mountain, but I have a strip mine. On 0 question mark? Yeah, I said on 0. How are you doing today, Canister? Well, I guess I already answered this question, right? Maybe I haven't. He's still casting cantrips to this day in this game. Shadow Spear, okay. Yeah, we're gonna E on 0. Cigar does 8, sure. You can keep it. I don't really want to, I think. Because he might hit something from their deck. Be wary of Hammer and Nexus, I am wary of everything. Visions is very good with DRC, it is good, yeah. But also it's good in the graveyard and with the DRC, right? I think we got it. The game for the most part. I have one card left in hand, we draw another removal, as long as I don't have the Sanctifier. I don't know, I should have equipped, probably not. They can't even play the Sanctifier right now. They miss a land. No, they didn't miss a land of last turn, but yeah. Sure. You might guess. Smiling ending on the monkey. Okay. They kill it so they can't play Sanctifier, they top deck it, and we're gonna draw the dragon. With the fetch so we can reshuffle. When did a lot of stuff, but we lost the flips. On the other hand, you know, we also suffer, kinda. This is a 5. Oh, because it counts enchantments too. Strip mine is up. Strip mine is kinda poggers. Well, actually, it's not all that poggers, I guess. Depends on the. Sure. All right, 6-1. Fetch basics, get wrecked anyways. Yeah, this kinda rude. Strip mines poggers for the stripper. That's true. 6-1 in for the top 8. It's gonna be one more round. You want the flip? Also dead, so. I didn't even get to use my the second construct. I always said PV Needle should have split second. Did you actually always say that? Like, or is it like the first time you've actually said that? Like as DRC, some kind of a like grindy deck, like the Sky Sovereign PV Needle seems bad. You can have Worm Calls, but I'm not sure if I would like to. Because the anti-spell stuff seems really good against them too. So I think just the Sky Sovereign for the Needle. Nah, they probably played Dark Fade, and so maybe Needle is actually okay. Get a Revoker. Oh, it's got the Manifold Key actually. The Manifold Key is kinda, I don't really know why. Like, it shouldn't be there. What matchup is Archive Trap for? You could board 4 Archive Traps against anybody, and then if we draw all of them, all 4 of them in the opening hand, my opponent fetches, we can mill them for 52, and unless they mulligan, their starting deck is 53, so they shouldn't probably be able to win with just 1 extra card in their deck, but it's also more effective against Doomsday, because against Doomsday you can just draw 1 and it's gonna be fine too. Lol, I assumed there would be Vault in the deck because I saw the key. No, the key is there to... The key is there to... give my creatures unblockable. Well, it was obvious. Which is a minor concern in Vintage, but it does come up. Against Tarmogoyf, like, you know, everybody's always saying, wow, Canister, you seem so weak against Tarmogoyf, and that's true, I do. Keys are also used to unlock things, that's actually a very good point. Just like Huel is used to unlock your full potential of when you don't have to spend time preparing meals, you instead get to focus fully on your favorite tasks. Nice armpits, thanks. Black Lotus every game must be nice. I agree, it must be. My favorite tasks are preparing meals, shacks. Checkmate. And I don't know. Sen would have been better on the play. Wow, they forced this? Yeah, they left the chalice. Interesting. Force one to the grave. Also, like with Lotus. Seems so bad. Well, we have to deal with free flyer. Also, they have the mountains. Time walk. Nice. False pitch Lotus, but hipster variant. That's actually true. Chodź, Bóg. Chodź. Chodź do basenu. Tutaj wskoczymy. They didn't choose to counter the Chalice though, which seems odd because Chalice seems like a generally more powerful card versus them. They also have one card in hand right now. Ouch. Sprite Dragon. Monka S. It is cruel to put card in a hot tub. Okay. I will not disagree, but also will not agree. It's cruel for the cat to put her claws into my leg. Good to draw like Ballista. I think 4 damage per turn right now. Ballista or Snake? Snake would be great, actually, with protection. And reach. So he sends Ratchanare has to attack. Just throw Ravager, which... What do we do with the Ravager? One, two, three, four. We need to keep some extra manas. You can go 1, 2, 3, 5, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. We put 6. We attack to 12. They attack me to... Can you do that on a later turn? Not really. Well, I do win the race. I just wonder if I want to do it. I'm gonna have 5 mana, so it's not that little. I can cast more spells too. I can sack 1, 2, 3 things, 5 counters. No. I have to sack 4. Well, yeah, I sack 3 things and I have 6, 6. Yeah, this is good. Was up about. Win the race if nothing happens, and And we can still top deck the Serpent, etc. So nothing changes here, right? Can challenge last turn, I guess. 4. Yeah, that's actually kinda true. Now if we draw Ballista though, which means that Ballista is a good draw. Yeah, I haven't thought my opponent could just not attack with all their creatures. This is vintage, right? But yeah, they can actually. Wing the race. Oh no, because they keep the Sprite Dragon back on the next turn. I still think I would have rather done what I've done. But we're winning. Oh, I'm not. I'm dying to the Dragon's Age Channel first. You also thought like Sky Sovereign. We have Snake, Sky Sovereign, Ballista. Tapland. Strip Mine is not that. Not the card I needed. He doesn't do it. Play the key for 3 mana. Activate, don't have mana, yeah. Doesn't seem like a playing deck. I don't think Wormcoil Legend is the most excellent against them. Maybe one Soul Guide can clear the Forage Shaman. This is too expensive. We're on the play this game though, so on the play you're gonna be, you know, fine. Although my opponent had like pretty lame hand and he had a pretty good hand, so we kinda wasted that on the draw. I hope we don't get a bad one on the play now. Oh, I guess keep it on the. You know what I'm saying? Not that good on my hand, but it's still like, you know, turn 1 5/5, then like 8/8 on turn 2. It's probably quite okay, although much less potent against Shattering Spree. It took the reclusive Venia sang me a lifetime to realize her childhood vision. A band of sunlight made solid. Quite solid. Looks like a 10-1 4/4 to me. Though I assumed my solving is free, which is not the case. Can't wait for my opponent to play Ancestral into Lotus, into Shattering Spree, into Death Rage, DRC, and Shattering Spree. Better than 3. Well, 10-1 Revoker name Scalding Talon can't name lands with 5x and Revoker. Just artifacts. Do you think Soul Ring or Mana Crypt is better? In the shop stack or in general? The shop stack is close. Like the damage is pretty real. Oh, let's say land. I see land, and the land is gonna die next turn. Obviously in CETH. Okay. Then I don't know. Lotus. Actually, turn 2 I might, well, they actually have the Lotus. I was wondering if I turn 2 would rather maybe play Revoke on Lotus. But there's no need anymore. Like the fact this deck isn't all spheres now. Well, it never was. Because they restricted enough spheres that you can't play all spheres. I don't know, you like this from like this deck's perspective or from your opponent's perspective? Or from like general gameplay perspective? Okay, just Lotus into cantrips is pretty fine with me because it doesn't do anything. They can sculpt all their hand they like, but you know, the Sungle Serpent's gonna come at them. Do you ever board an Evercool family besides against mill decks? I sometimes do against control, but then I never cast it, so I'm starting to think that maybe I'm too optimistic about this. In paper, you can board it in against Heliod if you don't blink, so that you can beat Infinite Life. If you need against Wasteland, maybe? From a viewer's perspective, I never played Vintage. Well, but do you mean that you think this deck is better in that way, or what? Doing that, this guy usually has a breach package, so probably revoke Lotus. Doesn't seem like. Didn't seem like they were playing breach their deck, but they could have. I think I would like to name Ruby anyways for against Shattering Spree, TBH, and then play Stone Cold. I'm type big right now. Maybe you can name Lotus to be safe against that too. Why name Wasteland not Strip Mine? Because Strip Mine is restricted, so there's only one in the deck and there's 4 Wastelands. Why name +2 Maze? Good question. Do they even play Shattering Spree over Elephant cards? I don't know what's the Elephant card, but they do play Shattering Spree, yeah. Very common cards. Ooh. Ooh. 4, 5, 6, and 8, 9, 10. Did they play Lotus already? Well, they play Underworld Breach, and it still helps. You know, we go lane, Underworld Breach, play Lotus, play Brain Freeze combo on me. When could we playing that by force? Yeah, by force is pretty rare too, I think. It's just worse than Shattering Spree for the most part. And their deck, they have a Basic Mountain in their deck, so I assume they're playing Shattering Spree with Basic Mountain. Did you know that your opponent named... Did you know that if you name +2 Mace, your opponents can equip +2 Mace to their creatures? No, that's bogus. That's actually true. Advantage players like Legacy players where they have like 2 realistic options but tank for 5 minutes. I mean, it's good to tank, right? Saga is so unfair. I mean, you know. I mean, I didn't think my opponent was playing Breach in their deck because it seems like Delver type deck. And they probably don't play Breach in their deck, but somebody mentioned that and like might as well play around that because it's not too insane, right? Do you ever lose? You can go to my Canister Votes channel and you can check out some of the votes saved on this channel. And you know, you can go to a random place and you can like likely catch me losing. Maybe not that easily. Well, I guess it's actually not that easy. But you can try to find one match here if you would like to. Twitch chat, you can subscribe to youtube.com canister votes if you would like to have access to votes. I messed up the link. Also, there is no music on this, so people actually don't like it. There's only like 140 subscribers here, which is not that many, but also it's like just more of an archive channel. Do I need to download Polish YouTube to view? You might need to, yeah. But it seems like we're going to top 8 the 48 now. Yes, poggers. Which means everyone loves music here, that's true. Cisco on the Modern Challenge, winning in next round. 6-1, and we did win and in the vintage game. Unfortunately, I think I'll push the fire. I'll push the spicy to tomorrow. The spicy thing. Gonna consume that. Do you think anything needs to be banned in modern? Unfortunately, I do not think that now. Why no Fiery Islet in your blue-red list? I really think Blood Moon is very powerful in this deck. And I think fetchlands are very powerful too. There's Mishra's Bubble, there is Murktide Regen, there is... like I even have a Maniac Moon, right? I have 3 moons total. And it's an 18 land deck, so like you don't flood that often. Occasionally I would like to crack a land, but it's not super often, and like you typically take the extra lands and it's fine. Because you having more mana means that it's okay to keep mana, counter spells up, keep iteration up, etc. And the land is kind of painful, so I just got them. Can you add days to the vote child videos? They are literally in the titles of every single one. So I could add them, but then you would have 2 dates. So that'll be a bit too much, I think. I think 1 will suffice. Are you playing under deck strategy guide again? If yes, why blue-red? Well, it could not be blue-red, but like if I put a lot of work onto a deck, I will make a video about it, because I don't want to make a half-ass video because I need to make a video, right? Because I would prefer like seeing from like the positive reception of the Titan video. It seems like people like, you know, when I say things and then like it at least appears and that I know what I'm talking about. So I would also prefer to do it this way, so you know, wouldn't have a date in mind right now, but at some point. Explain Jace versus what? Jace is for grindy matchups. I don't know really, but yesterday I played 1 match of stream and I lost versus the Chalice blue-white control deck. And I think having given a single card like Jace to find in this matchup, in a matchup like this, subcaster, uncastable. Jace, count me in. True. Well, also, I'm gonna have Jace against Black Red, right? Because the draw twos are good. I tried watching, but it was weird seeing you say things unironically. Bet YouTube crowd likes it though. Well, you can watch me say things ironically on twitch.tv/.com and unironically on YouTube, so you can get the full spectrum. You'll not catch those leaks, those decks on the top. Well, we did play against a deck like this, and I did board in the Jace, and it ended up not being necessary. I won without casting it, but it was nice to have it in my hand so that I could have, you know, feel more secure with my friend Jace over there. What do you think about invasive surgery? Say budget chalice in blue-red. Invasive surgery. I don't know, I probably would play Plaster Storms or Spell Pierces, more Spell Pierces, something like that. And surgery, because they're gonna be always gonna be broader. Classes some not so budget. Well, I don't know how much cards cost often. Yeah, I mean, surgery might be fine if it's a budget option, then well, what can I tell you? If it's cheap, then it's cheap. Mr. Simmer, can you play Ram Ranch? I'm currently running Plaster instead of Chalices. I think either is fine. Yeah, I didn't board in the Chalices yet because I haven't played against any Cascade decks ever. Imagine a card like Jace has been played in multiple formats, played in every format legal, and Twitch chat is like, is this card getting good? Pepega. Well, it is kind of Pepega in this deck because it's kind of expensive. You top 8 yet? We guaranteed a top 8 in the Vintage one. We're 5-0. And we have our winner incoming next round here. So potentially double top 8, but we'll see. We have Fluster and Surgery, so if you think Fluster is better, I would run that. Yeah, I think Fluster is gonna be better. Into the 7 rounds, I think. In that case, we haven't guaranteed anything. 7 rounds, I always get it wrong. Somehow, like week after week, I always get it wrong, but 64, 632, 6, yeah, it's 7 rounds, so actually we didn't guarantee nothing. Well, time to not top 8 in neither. What do you reckon is the worst matchup for the Murktide deaths, if there is any? I lost to Black Red today. UR I'm gonna kill my Noragaban. What else would Jace be under pour over? I'm not sure. What is the sideboard plan versus hammer time? Do you bring in Charles and Wand? Bringing in Charles and Wand is insanely. Because it's insane you have so many spells. You have more spells than they do. Yes, hammer I played 3 times today, and every time I just did the same. +2 explosives, +2 upgrades, +1 borrower. -1 force, -1 of each cantrip. Nice. Do something else. You counter spell. Yeah. And seemed to work well. I won. I think I won like lost game 1, won passport every single time. Twice. But I could have a third copy of a card. I don't know, a single Alpine Moon instead of a third moon would be pretty good. Or another explosive, a Harkis Recall. Although probably explosives, because I also use explosives to answer Sanctifier a lot. No kill monkey. Please. Let monkey live. Cave of the Frost Dragon, new card. No Blood Moons versus Hammer for Ring Saga, question mark, question mark. Well, I didn't say I cut the main at Blood Moon, but I don't want all 3. It's kinda cumbersome. I keep one, like, I don't know, I was keeping 1 exactly. Actually forgot that the set was... Are monkey cats? Yeah. Giver of Runes. Okay. Tank, Giver of Runes. Hmm. Well... I guess. Wall of Omens. That's not very pog. Strong, I guess. I like to draw land. Hmm. Oh, trivial. Good VR, so we don't need lens. Oh, to have two VARs. Did they not play Violent 1? Yeah, they didn't. Så mycket länder du drar in ephemerate. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they had a Violent turn 1. In lands. A bit more than that. I don't care for Serum Visions. Very Silver 2 is not worth it. We're doing awkward hands. It's kind of awkward, really. Like, the workshops are kind of useful, not very useful. Attack first, I assume. Might be out something in. Or not. Da 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 da. Power 2 or less, huh? Let me grab a free power monster. Bułko, koteczku. Jakie jest twoje zmartwienie? Paradoxical outcome. Whoops. You did some stuff. That a visitor like not to cast ancestral and outcome? Didn't do anything? So expecting Gachi? Who isn't? Stay out that stream, yeah. Want to share a meme, can you? Well, I don't know, can you? Okay, dead. That's pretty strong. I have 6, like I assume I'm gonna be dead, so let's just make my point, show me. You want the Vyas against them? Explosives against them? I think so. We want some kind of spells for sure. Yeah, this spell's pretty okay. TBH. Against their deck in general. Like, I wonder if I should board out like 2 monkeys on the draw. It's a bit hard to get past things and it's blocked by the stupid walls, which are gonna be playing for that purpose only. Monstery Mentor. Yeah, this Mentor is pretty monstery. Cheat. Literally cannot play a factual actual game of Magic, just cowardly hiding behind protection creatures. Can you miss the meme? No, I've seen the meme. Milk Frother, and this is a cat and a thing, and then it gets epic memes, meme page. Cringe. Hashtag cringe. The cringe. Yeah. Ooh, I can get more of those. And I mean, that still flies over them. I made many Monk S. Assume I'm dead to my opponent's Sphinx. Ballista? And even then. Oh, Ballista. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, they probably have a force, right? But you also get Manifold Key. I don't think that helps, so. Manifold key. Make this unblockable. Play the ballista. X4. 5, 6, 7. I mean, the manifold keys can make the manifold key useful, I guess. Seems lethal if they don't have a force. Which, you know, who am I kidding, right? But yeah, force, schmorse. What they grab? They grabbed Sanctum Prelate and they exiled Thalia. Hmm. Can we beat Prelate? Yeah, we can. I have a brace. A brother? Well, I put it in, right? Yeah. Also explosive as okay, this is looking fairly grim. Is it worth playing carry turn for Sanctifier? Yeah. I like explosives more. This goes. Ramrad. Mars. And time ancestral. I could wait on this play the Ravager first. Maybe that would be better. Yeah, I wanted the Sang one. I actually didn't know it's gonna be this one. Got kinda surprised. At first I hated you because you created Cartoven deck, but now you play fun decks. No, I didn't create it, I net decked it. Didn't create nothing. What is secret Cartoven for us? That's actually true. Fetch, Sword of Fire and Ice. That is not very nice. Right, you're gonna die. And the spell seems pretty good because it does interact with the things that are problematic. Maybe I should want to carry red removal. But they make Ragavan get through. Only one. I'll keep the counter spells. The counter spell seems like good. It stops the like problematic and things. Time walk, sure. Moon Foxer mana. Kinda, but I believe her. I think I can easily win without the moon, and it's unreliable at best and weak at its worst. This could actually keep. Not sure. Time for Jace to bounce pro staff. Maybe it was time for Jace actually. It's probably too weak. No, I'm gonna move. Yeah, keep it on you. Whoa, prismatic ending. Sprzedam. There's one card left. Then one Shadow Spear, that's a bit odd. Guess I'm gonna win Worlds? No. It's partially because I'm not invited to play in Worlds, because I haven't qualified. And partially because even if I were, it would be not all that likely to make such a bet. Well, that does make my threats kinda weaker, right? I'm gonna play the land first, because I would really like to find a Ragavan this turn and play it. And bottom XL. If you show up, they let you play. It's online, so not really. Or they have Shadow Spear as a target for their. Nice. Because they're playing a dog themed deck, I don't know. The Fox are dogs. But hate birds, hate dogs. Key combo finish, I don't know whether key combo finish, but yeah, Blood Moon fucks their mana, as someone said, so. Could have done that. Seems a bit harsh with matchup if they draw well. So I'll do the Ephemerate. Yeah. Ancestral, yeah, well. I'm getting fucked and fucked and fucked and fucked on all fronts. Can you speak other languages here? Well, if you can, then you can, yeah. I mean, I don't know what are your abilities. Digital again. Does feel like Ram Ranch, I agree. You gonna have Valley here? No, no, okay. Braid, something, bubble. Is Force of Will too strong for modern? What do you mean, too strong? Apparition on the top. Will I get a Stonefudge Mystic? Sort of. Very nice. So now I'm going to concede because they're going to equip it. The version seemed pretty hateful, but also might have also been just the fact of, like, you know, Jorion, how Jorion decks work. Where if they draw well, they seem insane, but then they oftentimes won't, and then they don't seem insane. Ufaj sobie, przyjacielu. Five, 9, 9 plus 3. Jest soaring. Lethal damages. And before Haki's Recall. Be kinda destructive. Repeal. Sure. Pretty strong too. Waiting for round 9, Hopium. Maybe gonna sneak in. Maybe not, we'll see. Needle Saga, I thought about it, but I would get the mana to kill them this turn, right? Do you think an artifact 7 alliance will be playable in shops? Kind of want to play 1-drops with with Charles in the deck. I think 7 alliance, not really. They live? Well, this is small, so they live then. Like, what kind of life is that, right? Will they ever add another color to Magic? Yeah, next set. Hopefully. Oh, key. Damn, if we had actually had the key on top, we would have played the key, and then my opponent would have folded. We would have conceded. And that would be the manifold key. Because they would fold. Get it. What color would you like? Green. Wait, green's already in the game. I don't know. Fuchsia. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Fuchsia. You bring in Cage versus them, and this is where we differ. This is where we differ, Wumble. This is what separates me and you. It doesn't even stop Tinker, right? You can still Tinker for Citadel, right? No, actually it does stop Citadel a bit. Okay. Sensibate Copium. That's Black Lotus. It kinda has the case of being on a draw too. Not sure. Could see mulling this. Would you play 7 Alliance in shops? No, 7 Alliance too weak. Also canister. Gingerbreads. Don't counter. What's wrong with the music? Woody Woodpecker. Give me a stamp there. It's kind of weird they let on Saga, but really dangerous to let it have it, I think. I play 1 mana 1/1 for the second time in this game. And I'm not ashamed to admit that. Also, like, you know, they're playing PO, but they also have 4 cards in hand, so it's kind of hard to assemble something. As I say that, my opponent ancestral goes into 3 mana artifacts, another land PO, plus 4 cards, and I lose. Lol, using 1 mana sorcerer speed to scry 2 and draw 1 card instead of just drawing 3 at instant speed. Instead I Gingerbread, yeah. This guy 2 tops, so maybe they. Oh, Pinker. Sure. Pinker, huh? Oh. What now, huh? Is that all you've got? You gotta take an extra turn, so what? Oh, you're gonna take another extra turn. Yeah, so like 2 turns. Okay, so what? Oh, you're gonna take 3 turns. And after 3 comes 4. And after 4 comes 5. And after 5 comes 6. It would have done so much this game. It actually wouldn't, right? Fuel with 2 euros. You can end world hunger. That's you can get a meat. You can like get one serving. All right. That means that we've got to clench in modern. We'll see. And we get to clench in somewhere else. Still in Ocean Thief for turns. There is Eugene's Nexus. In Magic, your opponent gets a turn. Then what? Then they pass to themselves and take another turn. Then they pass to themselves and take another turn. They do. I think you needed me to lose, sadly. Well, nice brag. I am Hamud al-Mata. I'm playing cover time. It's just identity theft. Top 8 question mark? Probably not in modern. We'll see about vintage. There's one more vintage round. Maybe to 9 in both. What? Maybe. Did Johnstar lie to me about their model name? Yeah. Johnstar's model name is Doom Switch. Amuda is a different personality who plays Hammer. But I think Doom Switch is probably playing Blue-Red. Murktide, although there is no guarantee. It's Donkey Kong. Also Twitch, did you know that with Twitch Prime you can subscribe to a single streamer that you like the most on twitch.tv every single month for free, and therefore support them and show them that you enjoy their content and make sure that they can continue doing what they are doing, creating entertainment for you daily. If I have Amazon Prime, can I get free shipping on Huel products? I'm not sure about that, actually. I don't know if they sell it through Amazon, because it's actually no Amazon, like, I don't use Amazon Poland. I don't think you can. Is Ragaban better than Saga? No, it's worse. Top 8 possible? Yeah, possible. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll see. Clench. What are you, flight attendant? I did attend a few flights. As in, took a part in them. Will I sneak into modern top 8? Time for prediction, chat. Yes. No. 1 minute, quickly. I hope they don't finish the match in 1 minute. Mango Cox and Matiaskm. Wow, Daughters going strong. How many rounds the vintage challenge? It's gonna be 7 rounds. Last top 8. Is Doom switch on? We can ask him. What's this shadow? What kind of shadow? Paparazzi. Right, chat. 11th. Cat Lear also 9th. So we were on the verge. Congrats to Doom Switch for getting there, and Hamuda and other people too. Very close. But what we lost to? We lost to White Hateful Effects, Jonrion, Apeliotes. What's your name? 58th. Skynoodle and Croxa, yeah. It would be nice too. Well, I don't know if Archmage's Charm would be any good against the blue, against the white Jondrion deck. It wouldn't be too bad. So maybe tomorrow I'll try to put 2 Archmage's Charms in the deck. I'll probably move the main deck Moon away then. Beat Hammer twice today. Lost to Nif, Blue Red Murktide, and Mill. Yeah, Blue Red is a bad matchup for Titan Reno. There's Mill. It's like kinda expected. And Niv Mizzet can go both ways. Probably a good matchup overall for Titan. Lost 2 and 1 and some red white Yorion deck. Were you playing Hammer? I was also losing against that, yeah. So I think, well, maybe I'll try tomorrow to go -1 Moon, -1 Serum Visions. Put 2 Archmage's Charms instead of that in there. Like, all my lands are blue anyways. Could consider playing 2 Blood Moon and 1 Alpine Moon. Because the Alpine Moon would be so much better against against Hammer. You don't play Islet? I don't, yeah. With Charm, it would be even less reason to play Islet. I don't know. I don't like how much damage you take from the Islet because you're gonna tap it every turn, and I think that's more damage than it's worth it for cycling. For the cycling ability. It's also just good with Blood Moon and good with Murktide Regent. I've been Vapor snagging 1 main and 1 side. Yeah, Vapor Snag's okay to have, probably. Yeah, pretty high upside to find one, because sometimes I do that stuff, but I would play the Borrower instead of that, yeah. Like, the Vapor Snag is a mirror, which I haven't played, so like maybe that's helpful there, but... You know this deck? PogChamp, then, I guess. It's been great versus Hammer Time, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty fine against Hammer Time, probably. You can get the concept often enough, and you can bounce a 12 power creature for the hashtag tempo. Could also try 1 Snapcaster to have more effects. How did the win and in go? The win and in turned out to be losing out. Yeah, I could cut the Spell Pierce, it's kinda cringe. The Jaces does not seem overly super necessary. It would have been good against the blue-red deck, the white-red deck. Played 1 league with and profit. It seems like a sick deck. It's pretty broken, yeah. Will this be the last round before the top 8 of Vintage? Yes. What about gut shot? Seems like a bad card. Overall. Can you dance when a really good song comes? I can't, no. There's no legs. Well, have you ever seen my legs? You can see my knee right now. The kid, I think, double Qs. Okay. That's not actually okay. This is your version of Tyler 1 int list. Well, that's my version of what the list title describes. It's an undervalued card and this is the best having 0 masters to monkey seems strong. No, because even like in the mirror, like every removal kills this, right? Not every, barely any removal kills this, so the game are gonna be much more about this than about anything else, so. It's like picking up the wrong fight. Actually, let's get the chalices. Have another fluster. Let's have a fluster storm. That way I can fit everything I wanted. Because, you know, I haven't played against any Cascade decks, so of course, like, Chalice seems useless to me, right? Yeah, we could have a Snapcaster and a Vapor Snag or something. Honestly, I cut the Force from the main. I'm gonna have Force Serum Vision because I think Serum Vision is kinda necessary for this deck. Like, cutting it doesn't sound like a good idea to me. And I do add more counter magics, especially since I add more expensive cards with the same land count. Tomorrow only Cascade decks, 100%. Yeah, obviously. Okay, we can put one charge still. No Ashmo decks today, no. Ashmo's a bit overhyped. One could say that, yeah. Where's the second loss to? Black Red. I saw someone spilling 2 serum to slide of hand, you know that there's any reason? It's occasionally better. I mean, well, Silver is so much better with Death Right Shaman. I don't know if there's any reason. I hope they no Wasteland, no Strip Mine, no LD on the thing, please. Okay, Urza Saga is fine. I mean, I have a 1-1 in play. Smoke Space when it goes off, obviously, yeah. Urza Saga is fine. They might not even have a source to activate it. They probably will. They didn't play anything though, weirdly. Yeah, they do will have a source, they will have a land. They didn't play anything, unless they had this all spheres and they didn't want to obstruct themselves. Lawson Golem, 4 mana 5/3, no text. Artifact spells being cast. Piffing Needle. That's fine. Fine with me. What was their hand? They didn't play anything last turn. Was it mono lands or what? It's just factory. Well, sure. What's your follow-up? I assume there is a land because they do think about stuff. Tolerant Academy, well, that's a land. I've seen one. 1, 2, 3, 4. A 4/4 from the saga. A good draw. How much she makes you mute the stream. So in a way you're traveling into the future, right? They're gonna get a 1-drop artifact, or they get to keep more mana and play. This is more mana too. And also flexibility. They get manifold key. Should name Nettlesis, right? Yep, Nettlesis named. Right, more artifacts or not? Very powerful spyglass. It's kind of good, quite good. Like the equipping of these Nettlesis actually is pretty relevant. Another saga. Come on. Come on. Can I try Wasteland? Thank you. I'm trying to cast Chalice. No. Chalice comes last. More than top 8, I got 11th. We lost the last round. A very hateful deck. Less Inventor Sphere. Ben's doing some broken stuff. It's like, what's gonna happen next? They're gonna... Yeah, they're playing Golos Shops, that's the mystery. What's they gonna find? What they gonna find? Probably. Uh, just a saga. Yeah, sure. Cannot name Urza saga. What do I name then? Let's try. Wow. Model bag. Golos. I can activate Golos. Yeah, they have Mox Rubin play, I guess. Yeah. Golos has no abilities, chat. Last two mains for the memes. That's actually very funny. Well, maybe they don't have Tabernacle in the main deck. Because they are pretty bad lane against blue decks. You know, blank. And we time them out for 19 minutes. And then obviously ending in like 2 minutes game one. Seems like the idea that's very likely to work. And that's very realistic to reach. Okay, play the Nettle Cyst. Kinda like Spheres versus them on the play out of my deck though, so actually don't want to get them. Manifold Key is kinda excellent here. So I don't know what to get. I mean, Wooden Quest is actually not all that great. Dreamsphere looks so bad to me. Yeah, probably 3 here. Wormcall, I'm not sure. Like if they play bridge or something, but it's good against the constructs, kinda. Let's get a Gingerbread because it's too bad. Ping Golem out. Golem has good stats. Extra Golos. I'm gonna have one Wormcall. Actually, I don't know. I would rather have Wormcall than Velotson, maybe. Actually, that's true. I also got a Revoker. But it's on the play, so it's better. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, Archive traps are for Doomsday. They play Doomsday, they do some stuff, and then you just put a sphere. I guess that's probably better, yeah. Yeah, that's probably just better. With the hand, kinda. They're playing shops, they're playing Golos, so they can sometimes, they can just, like, they have more fast mana than I do, slightly. But maybe they have a kind of a crappy hand, and we're gonna roll them over with the Worm. Yeah, play Sphere on them too. Throw another Worm. I could, yeah. Then it's possible to have more fast mana than you. Well, they play Mana Vault, which I don't. That's the difference. But it's like, it doesn't have that much more, but... But a sphere pushes equally in all directions. Bit of a can't beat Tabernacle kind of hand. Yeah, that's true. That's true too. They could play Golos for Tabernacle this turn, and I would be like, oh yeah. Fine, fine. You got your Tabernacle, friend. They have 4 mana, so you know they can play even an Ancient Tomb. The record everyone is on the screen. I'm 5-1, round 7. You're also down a game, right? Where's the modern challenge? I lost the last round and I didn't make top 8, so I got 11th. 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 You should change the title, that's true. Eleventh in the modern challenge, fighting for vintage top 8. Level 3 is here on the draw. They don't have a sideboard at all. They also played shops. They didn't have a Golos. It's kind of not good in this deck. Mishra's Factory doesn't cast cards, so you barely have mana to play it. They have the Wasteland, so if they play Golos for the Tabernacle, like, I still lose. Yes. Okay. Well, nice game. On the draw is definitely board a Sphere for the Revoker, and let's board another one for the Gingerbrute. Maybe I should board out another one for Soulgate, because the Spheres get so bad. And this can cycle. Yeah. Maybe I should have Mindbreak Trap sometimes on the draw. Over a Sphere of Resistance number 4, probably. That's a hand? Ah. 4 Ancient Tomb, 3 Ancient Tomb. I don't think that's good enough. No, that's not good enough. Oh, this one though, yeah, this one is very cash money, huh? JK, actually not. Keep. Should we put the needle? I mean, we can use it to do something nice. Null rods. Sure. Obviously, first roster gonna be this. This is frequently bait. No, but even if it's a bait, then have workshop, they won't be able to cast Golos. They might actually not have workshop. They did. Ensnaring Bridge. That's 2 mace. It's frequently opponents. Okay, well, we probably lost. Oh, maybe we didn't. Maybe we probably did. 8 weight. Can't use Ballista because of Rod. I know. So what I'm supposed to wait for? Ways to beat bridge, waste them, they die. With cards in hand, or I don't know, just attack. You have cards in hand. It's not a very reliable way, seeing as they actually do play lands and do play spells. It's probably not gonna work, but choose a name is Wasteland. Okay, well, we have more cards in hand, right, than they do in the deck. How do they kill me actually? Don't cast anything extra. It's Cleansing Wildfire Bats, yeah. What do they have in their deck to actually win from this situation? Many mana plus Ballista, they have Null Rods. Can Golos convert into a win somehow? They probably play Karn. Well, but how does the Karn win? Again, they can Crucible, Strip Mine, 10 Loop Sagas, and keep cards in their hands. I'm gonna name Strip Mine then. Godpharaoh statue, throw. Yeah, I guess they have Godpharaoh statue in their deck. We can name Karn too. Well, probably should have named Karn, the great creator of this. If I lose because I named +2 Mace, then it's gonna be pretty funny. To some people in this Twitch chat, right? -2 Mace. Oh, yeah, that would be pretty silly. Chance on 0. Not even on 1. Well, they can use Tabernacle with Karn if I Sneedle the Karn. What would you name besides +2 Mace though? Karn the Great Creator. Name Strip Mine. They eventually kill Revoker with Strip Lock. No, 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 no Revoker. Spell asymmetrical, yeah. Yeah, there's no Strip Mine, there's nothing. Well, if we draw... Okay, well... But the card is needled. You can tap my creatures, but it's... Well, they have 2 cards in hand I could have attacked. Their hand also grows, so those will be able to attack, right? You're gonna be drawing lands. Actually losing to +2 Mace? No, 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 we're not losing to +2 Mace. Found this. Like, if they have the main deck... Well, I can't cast the Moxen because... Chalice. Okay, so they got for a statue, so now they just say wait 14 turns. Might try to the library. Well, but I don't want to play them because the plan was for them to get that to die to mill, but they had the Ghost for a statue in their deck. But yeah, the plan was to see if like they actually have a way to win, which they do. So now, you know, it's gonna lose in 14 turns and nothing I can do about that. Okay, let's see if we sneak in there still. Well, I sneak into top 8 of vintage? Question mark. Yes or no? 5 minutes. Golas is always has a pretty decent matchup against the non-Golas shop stack. I think it's a bit worse overall though, oftentimes. At least it is for me when I'm playing it. But it's very passive compared to like the shops which actually can kill people. And the analysis was really good for me, being able to kill people. Pirania. X2 mace. Fair, fair. X2 mace. Oh. +2 mace. What does drugi mean? Second. I don't know, where do you see this word? It's Polish for second. XD mace, good. I didn't see the last round of modern, but I assume we lost. Yes, we did lose. Well, like second, like first, second. First, second, third, second. Piranha. Piranha. Amazonas. Nice song. Piranha. Amazonas. You should get in off breakers, right? Cause of the 5-2s were 40 coming into the round. Well, probably. I was 5-0 and 5-2, so typically then you've got strong breakers. But you know, the prediction still stands. Actually, it's still on, you can still vote, so I shouldn't say that to influence the voters. And you're gonna do the consumption of the hot ramen tomorrow. It's also gonna be just one challenge. There's gonna be more dead time to consume it on, and I think it's gonna be better suited content for tomorrow. It's gonna be more of a Sunday content. Will there be tears? Probably many. As I do kind of cry when I eat the like, you know, when I eat this, which is like the same company, but it's like singular hotness. I do cry. So when I gonna eat the one that says double times hotness, and maybe I'm gonna cry a lot. Do you know what's any ramen child say scam? It's gonna be there tomorrow, I promise. Kaneki, would you like to play standard even with 12 cards from D&D? First price is 100 USD dollar. No. I have a bottle of the samyang sauce and it honestly tastes good. Usually hot stuff is pretty gross. I mean in general, like pepperoni, pretty gross. Uh, it's pretty hot, but I like the other ones that I eaten, which were the less no, the regular spicy samyangs. They were kinda a lot for me. Like the first time I ate one, I had to stand up and go lay down in the bed for 3 minutes. But that has not repeated with the others, and they actually were very tasty. So I'll see you with the double one tomorrow. Te le vas a Pepe Grillo al teatro. Ya, ya, el figlio felicita eh, suo grande le pepperoni Montagna de la Muerta. Sì, sì. Mexico den Pierra de Perdo. Mavesca Merizioni de Mexico. El Topeta. Bueno. Bueno cojitas. I just have to hope that I haven't said something very obscene. Because it'll be pretty silly and unfortunate. Did I eat double spicy yet? No, I pushed it to tomorrow because I pick it up away and it's gonna happen tomorrow. Because pussy, yeah, well, you could say that, yeah, but I view things differently. Kaneki, who will win Euro 2021 tomorrow? I hope it's gonna be Canada. What double spicy? Tomorrow I'll be eating this on stream. I was taunting everyone and saying that I'm gonna do this today, but I actually will not. You have the same thing in your house that you ate it? Did you try it? Yeah, don't do it. Well, that's not gonna make me not do it. That's not gonna make me do it. At least you live next to a hospital. Well, it's a pediatric hospital. So one time I hit my head on the kitchen counter and I cut my head. They didn't even want to take me there. Some holographs ate it out and almost died. Which ones? Didn't know this was your jam? Well, it's Yorion's jam. Samyang the hot one? Well, I asked which holo girl. Yo, any thoughts on hardened scales currently, please? I think medium deck. What happened in modern top 8? No, I got 11th. We're playing top 4. Well, we'll see tomorrow. After the first few bites, I could feel the life begin to fade from me. However, I somehow began to develop the ability to manipulate small objects. Press forward I did. When I finished the noodles, my cells were in full revolt. Every piston was firing, communicating, replicating. I could manipulate my taste buds but not feel my face. Carry forward, otherworldly spirits told me. The soup seared my intestines as my body began to disintegrate, no longer capable of wielding such power. By the time my cells absorbed the liquid fire, I had fully transcended. I am the past, present, and future. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. 1,112 people found this helpful. I love the spice, but this is unreal. While I would eat them for lunch, I feel that the level of spiciness these are would make them ideal for a challenge meal among friends and family and YouTubers. For example, see if you can eat 2 whole bags without taking a drink. The slightly less spicy variation of this noodle is far more acceptable meal for those of us who crave extra spicy without it being unbearable. These noodles, I think, for many would be unbearable. Don't get me wrong, I ate the whole pack of 6 or 5 or whatever, but I struggled through every sitting over that was supposed to be small bowl of noodles, lol. As for the texture, they feel a bit slimy after cooking and I prefer my noodles dry. I follow the instructions to the T, so I'm guessing they're intended to be this way. That's my only actual turn-off about this other than it being way too spicy. However, I would likely buy again and might keep these in my house for those days I want to torture my tongue. Haha. Oh, really hot, don't underestimate. Had the Samyang original spicy, the black packaging, which was spicy but wanted to try this out. And although this was pretty expensive, if you love the heat, you won't find that disappointing. Don't underestimate these noodles, they burn so much that your stomach starts to hurt. On top of your mouth being burned to hell, these didn't take that much time to kick in compared to the other ones. But when they did, they hurt badly. I couldn't even finish the remaining sauce packets, just ate the remaining noodles with small amounts of spice, not putting the whole bag. Don't even have the bag. Don't want to experience that again. 4 out of 5. Make sure you drain all the water, don't do as the package says. Why is that? Good. Absolutely fantastic noodles. I'm a huge lover of spice and super hot food, so when I heard about these noodles, I had to order a pack right away. This is unhealthy, but I ended up eating every pack within the span of 2 days. Most spicy noodles have flavor, but they only really give you that spice flavor, and that the rest of the flavor kind of falls under the spice. These, however, have an amazing flavor of chicken and other things that are so strong and mixes well with hot flavor. I think I'm addicted. I'm totally gonna buy more. If you use the water, that means you're eating spicy noodles, but also drinking extremely spicy water along with it. Makes it a lot more painful, I see. Choose prediction outcome. Yes. Good and hot, definitely 2 times spicy. Tasty, but that's about it. 5 stars because, well, they're noodles. Ate a whole pack for a challenge video that never recorded, so thanks, brand new iPhone. But we weren't going to upload it anyway because it wasn't hot enough. Wouldn't have made it for a funny video. Neither of us were impressed. The flavor is cool. I'm not a fan of the thickness of the noodles, a bit thicker than top ramen or maruchan. You'll definitely be making those spicy hee-hoo sounds eating these guys. What's the hee-hoo sound? Guy who beat you in the last round finished 9th. What's the hee-hoo sound? Hee-hoo. 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 Probably not that. It's got some spice for sure, but you will love. It won't burn you at all. Maybe I'm just a beast. I don't know. That's probably it. You have to love extra spicy in order to enjoy those. Ouch, but also good. If you actually love spicy food, it's a great product. If not, this is a good beginner challenge. Very interesting. Butakov. Last index 6 seconds, sultai mid-range. Pepperoni. Let's make a really huge stonko on the next turn. It's the best USA Magic player? I don't know. USA? Let chat decide. Add some lemon in it, by the way, quarter of lemon. Does lemon make it less so? Yeah, they do help neutralize the pH levels of spicy ale. That kind of defeats the purpose. Best MSUS player Bombo combo. Actually could be. Also could be not, who knows. I think 8-8 is enough. Should beat most guys. And if there's gonna be too many guys, Manifold Key is gonna come clutch. Days, they don't play Days. Days is only played in... Well, I mean, maybe I've seen Days in Sultana sometimes, but it's kind of very... Rare. Have you seen Haribo candy bear reviews on Amazon? Never, no. Fossil Vigor. My land. And my Stone Cold. Fuck you. Yeah. It's broken. Good thing you have the second one though. Main deck Fossil Vigors. What if you play against somebody who's not artifacts or enchantment based, huh? Wow, după sized trophy. Tarmogoyf. Oh, Demonic Tutor. Tank, Ancestral. Damn, this might be so badly. They kill their Mox? How do I kill their Mox? Tank, grab Ancestral, obviously. Oh. The kicker is their last cast Ancestral, so they actually have to thank on the DT. I would have cast Ancestral instead of DT then. Just grab second force Kekv. Might be actually. Roll call. Oh, those crews. Interesting. That's the wrong Ancestral. I'll play Tarmogoyf, sure. Nice songs, I agree. Opus hand is 6 lands. Right? Copium. Yeah, like everything matched up so well for him. Sure. Free for free, whatever. Actually in the worst spot. Can needle this. Can get manifold key to have unblockable monsters. I think I'll needle that left right. Are people requesting songs when they could save up points and 1 KCI? Because they made the reward so expensive that they can't realistically do that. They have the candy runs in Poland, I don't know. Kessenrugge, thank you for the resubscription. I know what's he runs. Does this song help concentration? Yeah. Because I would find it slightly distracting. Yeah. I don't, so this is where we differ. It's rounds. Never seen it. Never seen something like that, really. Looks like Skittles, but kinda bootleg. Bootleg Skittles. Sulta is bad matchup. Hacha, 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 ma. Good opening. Farcha well. Resolved. Are you a happy person, Cancer? I think I am, yeah. As long as I have enough subscribers, and currently we have a fine amount of them, so I'm kinda happy, yeah. Forest. Forest of Will. Or Forest of Wilgor. Yeah. Hmm. For the factory, you can need the whistle mana. This should definitely shaman. Hachama, 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 hachamacha, hachamacha. Sure hang, look. Can have 6 volleys on play, so. Bubble butt in the air, Death Right Shaman. Spells costing 1 more equals win, Omega Lul. Well, not quite as it turns out. Rip mine. Well. I don't know, like a name. Okay. Lotus. Like, I want an emergency meeting with whoever designed Tarmogoyf because that person did a bad job at letting me win the the vintage challenges first round of top 8s, as I always lose to this deck. Hoping for not Oka the Trickster, yeah. Tropical. Sure. Hey Cancer, please stream more vintage. I will not stream more vintage than I currently do, which is most of the times the challenge when I'm on. Oh, Trinisphere looks very nice. How the creator of these songs does not make any money of them? He probably doesn't do much. I don't know. Well, I hope they're a centillionaire rather than a millionaire. Deep, 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 deep. Deep down your Assassin's Trophy. Alright. So if we draw Stone Cold. Stone Cold next turn then. I said I need to champ block yet. Sphere is kind of about to play here too, I guess. Oh. Let's champ block so that we can actually play 7-7. Although obviously he has a force. RIP. No more eyeballs for you, child bitch. What do you mean? Very confusing message. But we're gonna be back tomorrow. That's the lyrics. I don't think that was the lyrics. Anyway, we're gonna play the modern challenge tomorrow with this. And also gonna consume Samyang. So come back for that. If you'd like to see that. If you wouldn't like to see that, then well done. Obviously. This might be my favorite version of this list, TBH. Many people ask, Kanister, why no Archimedes charm? So I'll provide Archimedes charm because I think it might be okay to play too. Any Pioneer of D&D set tomorrow? Pure what? Eh? Could you please repeat what you said louder so that I can actually understand? Let's find someone to raid. Oh, Doom Switch. And see you tomorrow, nerds. Like and subscribe. Check out the sponsor of the stream, Huel, and also stay healthy.